Chapter 992. Under the guidance of Great Master Changong, everyone came to a Buddhist pagoda that was several feet tall and had a single story with many eaves. At this time, there was an incense burner and some candles placed in front of the pagoda. Zhang Xiaohua followed Great Master Changong, bowed, and lit the candles. It could be considered as paying respects to Great Master Yuan Tian on behalf of Abbess Jingyi. Little benefactor, if you have any wishes, you can also pray here. Perhaps Great Master Yuan Tian can hear your wishes in the Western Paradise. Oh, Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyebrows and looked at Meng beside her. She put her palms together and prayed silently in her heart for a moment before getting up. After paying respects to Great Master Yuan Tian, Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the huge Guan pagoda in the distance. She wanted to go and take a look, but Great Master Changong turned a deaf ear to Zhang Xiaohua's actions. He smiled and said, "Little benefactor, the sect's official business is done. If you have time, you can stay in my temple for a few days and listen to Buddhist teachings." "No, Great Master, the official business is done, but there are still some trivial matters. Thank you for your convenience. I will never forget it." Disciple also thanks Great Master for your grace. Meng also expressed her gratitude. It's fine. Great Master Changong waved his hand and said to Meng, "Our temple's rules have been passed down since ancient times." Benefactor Xia didn't even take a step into the temple and stayed outside. "I hope Benefactor won't blame me." I wouldn't dare, Ming quickly replied. "I still have some matters to attend to at the Guan Pagoda, so I won't see you off." As he spoke, Master Chongqing took out a few jade bottles from his bosom and said, "These are the Dahuan pills and Xiaohuan pills secretly concocted by my Dalan temple. They have miraculous effects for healing injuries. I promised them to you earlier, so please accept them." "Ha," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "Great Master is indeed a trustworthy person. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." "Ha, why stand on ceremony? This old monk knows that your fragrant religion also has healing panaceas. The effect may not be worse than these." Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said, "Grandmaster said so. This little one is lacking in manners." Senior Sister Zixia. Meng suddenly understood. She took out a bottle of Yuhuandan pill from her bosom and handed it to the Great Master Changong. She said, "This is the Yuhuandan pill used in our cult. Disciple has come out this time. Jiaozhu's gift is limited. Grandmaster, please kindly accept it." Great Master Changong politely accepted it and said, "Your cult Yuhuandan pill and my temple's Dawan pill are both healing panaceas. Although they are not the same, they have the same effect. If you take both together, you will get twice the result with half the effort." Then he took out a thin booklet and said, "When this old monk was young, he wandered the Jianghu and found a book called Poison Scripture. It contains vicious methods and powerful poisons, which are contrary to our temple's benevolence. This old monk has always wanted to destroy it, but the contents are very classic. Moreover, if used properly, they can save lives. Therefore, I have never found a better way. Now that I see that young benefactor is benevolent, I would like to gift this poison scripture to you. I hope that benefactor will be benevolent and not use poison without permission." Then he handed the poison scripture to Meng and added, "Benefactor, please swear that this poison scripture will never be used on the disciples of the Dalan temple." Meng frowned slightly and wanted to decline. Zhang Xiaohua glared at her and secretly said, "This is something that has been delivered to your door. Why decline? Just take it as an exchange for the Yuhuandan pill." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's meaningful glance, Meng accepted the poison scripture and swore. "Very good." Great Master Changong put his palms together and said, "This old monk will not send you off. We will meet again at the Martial Arts Assembly on Lingxiang Peak." Zhang Xiaohua and Meng also bowed and bid farewell. Accompanied by a few monks behind them, they returned to the Dalan temple. At this time, Monk Kanchan was already waiting for them. He smiled and said, "The abbot has ordered this poor monk to send you off." Very good. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands, tidied up, and led the four odd beasts. Meng also led the big white horse and followed monk Kong Chan out of the Dawn Temple. When they reached the front of the mountain, Kong Chan smiled and said, "Even if you accompany me for 1,000 miles, we will still have to part." Benefactor Run. This poor monk is very gratified to have met an opponent like you. This poor monk still needs to cultivate. I hope to spar with you again at the Martial Arts Assembly. Don't. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "The Martial Arts Assembly is a matter for the leader of Lingxiang Peak. I am only a guardian disciple. Even if something happens, Senior Mo Shuigong will stand up for me. It has nothing to do with me. He, of course, if Senior Kanchan is itchy, we can still spar in private. Haha, Benefactor Run is straightforward. It's settled then." The two of them high-fived and bid farewell. My goodness, what is recorded in this Poison Sutra? The rising sun gave off warmth. On a wide official road, Zhang Xiaohua rode on the four odd beasts and held the thin book in her hand. Meng, on the other hand, was riding a white horse. She smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohua quietly. "Really, Meng, don't you want to take a look? How to use poisonous insects, how to pick poisonous plants. There are even drugs that can make people fake death. TSK. If I didn't look, I wouldn't have thought that there are so many ways to make people beg for death. There are even poisons that can control people's minds? Why?" Zhang Xiaohua flipped through the book and suddenly felt that this thing was similar to what she had obtained from a jade slip from Abbess Jinggang. Meng shook her head and said, "Monk Changgung is a little strange. I can't tell what he is thinking. Since he trusted me and gave me the Poison Sutra, why did he make me swear? If I poison a monk of the Dalan Temple, what can the oath do? Moreover, if I poison him, do I have to ask if he is a monk of the Dalan Temple? He didn't say that this Poison Sutra can't be given to others. If I give you the Poison Sutra and don't read it, even if I poison a monk of the Dalan Temple, I won't violate the oath. Don't tease me." No wonder you specifically said in the oath that you have to use the Poison Sutra to poison a monk of the Dalan Temple to fulfill the oath. It turns out that you have this kind of intention. I admire you. You admire my ass." Meng rebuked and jumped on the back of the four odd beasts. She pinched Zhang Xiaohua's ear and said, "Anyway, I am by your side. If anyone poisons me, you will protect me. If I want to kill a monk of the Dalan Temple, you can use the methods in the Poison Sutra. I didn't do anything and you didn't swear, so you didn't break the oath. My wife is wise." Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. Before he could lower his head, Zhang Xiaohua cried out, "Io, can you be gentler?" Meng tightened her grip and said with a red face, "Who is your wife? When did I agree to it? My God, you're holding my hand. Who do you want to marry?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turned his head and broke free from Meng's small hand. He said, "Is there anyone in this world who is more handsome than me?" Meng's face turned red and she covered her mouth. She almost fell off the four odd beasts. Zhang Xiaohua quickly grabbed Meng's waist and placed her in front of him. He wrapped his arms around Meng's waist, and his face was filled with happiness. Meng closed her eyes and enjoyed this moment of tenderness. Meng didn't break free until she heard the faint sound of horse hooves in the distance. She said in a low voice, "Xiaohua, I think we should go back. I always feel uneasy. This Yixia town, it's okay if we don't go. As long as you are with me. Even if I can't find my family and don't know my background, what's the big deal?" Looking at Meng's sad and determined eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. He held Meng's small hand and said, "Everyone has a family. A fallen leaf must return to its root. If you don't know your background, you won't be at peace for the rest of your life. Besides, if you want to be my wife, don't you want to marry me officially? If you still have family in this world, don't you want to let them know and make them happy?" "Who said I want to marry you?" Meng was so shy that her earlobes turned red. "So, we have to go to this Yixia town. We have to go to all the places on the list. We have to figure out. It's the first thing I do for you. Xiaohua, you are so nice." Meng said affectionately. You know I'm nice. Why don't you kiss me?" Zhang Xiaohua said shamelessly. Meng rolled her eyes at him and then looked around. There didn't seem to be anyone on the mountain road. She moved her mouth closer. Just as she touched Zhang Xiaohua's face, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came. Meng was shocked and immediately moved away. Her face was so red that it looked like it was dripping blood. With a leap, he jumped back onto the white horse. There are so many annoying people in this world. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and looked at Meng's cherry lips reluctantly. He had long cursed the person who had come without seeing his shadow 10,000 times in his heart. The people behind the mountain road were still far away. It took them half a cup of tea's time to catch up with him. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to look back. She just circled David's deer to the side and made way for the pipe. However, annoying people always had annoying things. You couldn't avoid them even if you wanted to. The newcomers were a group of 7 or 8 young men in their early 20s. They were all dressed up in bright and colorful clothes. There were even a few of them who had something similar to a pearl hairpin on their temples. It really made people puzzled as to whether they were men or women. They rode on their horses and stirred up a lot of dust. Meng frowned slightly. When they passed by, one of the men occasionally looked back. He saw Meng and David's deer on the side of the road. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, he couldn't help laughing. He shouted, "Senior brothers, look. They are 2 young men who just came out of Jianghu." "Oh, really?" Everyone shouted and reined in their horses. They shouted, "We haven't had fun for a long time. Good food delivered to our door." As they spoke, they surrounded the horses and spread out in all directions to block Zhang Xiaohua and Dream's path. Zhang Xiaohua was already impatient in her heart. She hated these people for ruining her fun. When she saw this, her face was full of panic. However, she sneered in her heart. "Hey boy, which sect are you from?" The disciple who saw Zhang Xiaohua shouted. "Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Please tip me." Chapter 993. This little one is from Beta School. I don't know what senior brothers. Do you have any advice for me? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be so scared that she was tongue-tied. Beta School. The disciple was obviously surprised. He turned around and asked, "Senior brothers, have you ever heard of this Beta School?" No. Maybe it's a small mountain sect. How could we have heard of it?" The disciples burst into laughter. "Senior brothers." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and smiled. "I don't know which sect you are from. When we went out, the elders of our sect told us to get in touch with the senior brothers and sisters in Jianghu." Hee. Of course our sect is famous in Jianghu. Why don't you guess?" The disciple laughed. "Huh." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Are you a senior brother from the Righteous Alliance?" The disciple slightly frowned and shook his head. "No." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and asked curiously, "Are you a senior brother from the Tenryu sect?" "You little brat, we are colluding with you, but you are joking with us. Why don't you say that we are disciples of the fragrant religion and Dalan Temple?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. "Senior brother, didn't you say that you are from a famous sect?" "I don't know much about the sects in Jianghu, so I can only say this much." "Humph," the disciple sneered. "You are just making fun of us. We're the ones making fun of you, so why are you still quibbling?" "I am innocent." Zhang Xiaohua also shouted, "Senior brother, please explain." "You little brat, listen carefully. We are disciples of Luoying Island." "Luoying Island?" This time it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to sneer. He had never heard of this name before. Even Ye Qinyu had never mentioned it before. From this, one could see the reputation of Luoying Island. "You brat, I'll let you know that my Luoying Island is second only to the 4 great sects. If you make friends with us, you can also report to the head of the Beta School when you return to the sect." Zhang Xiaohua was really speechless. He had seen the super big sects of Jianghu, the Tenryu sect, and the Dalan Temple. He was also a disciple of the fragrant religion. He had even seen the Misty School and the Rejuvenation Valley. And he also had the identity of a mortal Pan, and so how could he put this Luoying Island in his eyes? "I'll listen to Senior Apprentice Brother's instructions. How can we befriend Luoying Island?" Ha. At least you're sensible." A disciple clamored and said, "When I first came out of Jianghu, needless to say, I was played with many times." You brat, you're lucky to have met us. We'll teach you a little lesson and let you know what is called Jianghu." Then he glanced at the Dalan Temple from the corner of his eyes. He had already taken off his veil and was barefaced like before. At this time, he saw a stranger staring at him and couldn't help but frown. Zhang Xiaohua was even angrier. He reached out his hand to grab the great wisdom sword. Who would have thought that the disciple would say something that made him not know whether to laugh or cry? I see that your senior apprentice sister also has a peach blossom face. I think she has an affair with you. And I don't need to guess. Your sect sent the two of you out to gain experience together. It must be because they want to help you. Only in times of crisis can you see true feelings. Moreover, in Jianghu, it is very normal for people to be intimate with each other. How about this? You kiss your senior apprentice sister in front of us, and let us have some fun. Then, we'll consider you have passed the first test. Ah, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. He pulled back his hand from great wisdom sword and said to the dream with a crying face, Senior apprentice sister, look, I told you that Jianghu is dangerous and you still insisted on following us. What should I do? Be obedient and let me kiss you. Anyway, I've already kissed you many times. This time won't make a difference. In the dream, Zhang Xiaohua was teasing her. She couldn't help but get angry and scolded. Go to hell. If you still want to listen to me talk to you in the future, immediately send these people away. I can still consider it. Otherwise, don't even think about it for the rest of your life. Seeing that the dream was angry, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to pretend anymore. He immediately stood up and laughed. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It was a lonely journey. It was just a joke, right? I will send them away now. Send them away. After he finished speaking, he raised great wisdom sword and shouted, Where did these brats come from? This Xiaoxia has never heard of Luoying Island. I'm too lazy to play with you. Didn't you hear what my senior apprentice sister said? Quickly get lost. This Xiaoxia saw that although you spoke rudely, you didn't have any bad intentions. You didn't take advantage of the fact that there aren't many people here to do anything bad. This Xiaoxia will let you go. When a group of people heard this, they all laughed. It was as if they were watching a silent farce. AI, these people, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. If I didn't show them some real skills, they would really think that I'm from a small mountain sect. When everyone was laughing, Zhang Xiaohua took out her short sword and prepared to give them a good show. At this time, there was a spectacular sound of horse hooves. It was like the sound of a mountain overturning the sea. It was very fast coming from afar. In just a moment, a group of black horses was approaching. The horses were full of valiant men. They were holding long swords in their hands. In front of them were a man and two women. At this time, the disciples of Luoying Island didn't have time to tease Zhang Xiaohua. They hurriedly led their horses to the side of the road and waited for the group of people to pass by. Who would have thought that they would have the same experience as Zhang Xiaohua? When the three people in front saw the people on the side of the road, their eyes revealed an indescribable meaning. They looked at each other and raised their hands. The whole group of horses immediately stopped. Dozens of black horses stopped uniformly. The scene was quite spectacular. The woman in front of them patted her black horse. She cupped her hands towards the disciples of Luoying Island and said, We are the disciples of Dragon God Sect Patrol Team. Which sect do you belong to? Tenryu's sect? The disciples of Luoying Island were surprised and asked strangely, This senior sister, I heard that the Tenryu sect has never been in Jianghu. How come there is a patrol team? The woman scolded, My Dragon God sect's actions. Who are you to criticize? Quickly report your name. Otherwise, you will be killed. This one is a disciple of Luoying Island. The disciple didn't dare to delay and immediately said while trembling, Luoying Island? The woman frowned and said, I have never heard of it. Then, she patted her horse and went in front of Zhang Xiaohua. She looked at her and asked, This little brother, which sect do you belong to? Little brother? Zhang Xiaohua was a bit confused. Was there a fragrant religion written on her face? However, Zhang Xiaohua was also very polite. She cupped her hands and said, This one is a disciple of Beidou school. I guess this senior sister of Tenryu sect has never heard of it. Beidou school? The woman sucked in a breath of cold air and said with some surprise, Are you really from Beidou school? Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised and said, Yes, Beidou school. Do you know about it? The woman said seriously, "That's right." Previously, an immortal appeared in Rejuvenation Valley and wanted to take Rejuvenation Valley's Nye Chinyu as a disciple of the immortal. But Nye Chinyu claimed that she was a disciple of Beidu's school and didn't want to go to another school. Tell me, who in Jianghu doesn't know about Beidu's school? Huh? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. He knew about this, but he didn't expect Nye Chinyu to refuse like this. In his opinion, there was no difference between being a disciple of Beidu's school and being a disciple of an immortal. But in the eyes of Jianghu people, Beidu's school seemed to be slowly becoming famous. It seems that if I don't want to attract attention in the future, I have to change my name, Zhang Xiaohua thought. Then he looked at the dream and said, This one doesn't know what senior sister said. My Beidu school is indeed a small mountain sect. I also don't know where this Rejuvenation Valley is." The woman looked at the dream and asked, "This is your senior sister?" "Yes, she is my senior sister. May I ask this girl's name?" The woman turned her head and asked the dream, "What's there to ask about a small mountain sect disciple?" The dream was obviously in a bad mood and didn't want to pay attention to her. The Tenryu sect's female disciple didn't take it seriously. She said with a smile, "Miss, you have a big temper, but I don't know why." Then she turned her eyes to the Luoying Island's disciples and asked curiously, "Could it be that these guys from Luoying Island have done something despicable?" "Bah!" The dream gently spat and said, "We are just fledglings who have just left the sect. The Luoying Island senior brothers want to teach us the rules of Jianghu. Naturally, we have to listen. As for what they do, they dare." The Tenryu sect's female disciple laughed and didn't ask any more questions. She turned back and whispered a few words to the other two disciples. Then she looked at the people on the side of the road. She raised her hand and made a strange gesture. Then she rode her black horse and led the way. Behind them, a group of big men also urged their horses. However, when the group of horses passed by, a dozen men suddenly came out of the group and surrounded the 6 Luoying Island's disciples. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Li were a few steps away from them. The Tenryu sect's disciples separated them from the Luoying Island's disciples. Before Zhang Xiaohua realized what was going on, there were screams coming from the circle. "Io, why did they suddenly kill us?" When Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Li urged their horses to come over, the screams stopped. The Tenryu sect's disciples turned their horses around. They were expressionless. They didn't even look at Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Li. They patted their horses and went straight away. On the side of the road, the 6 people who were still alive a moment ago were now paralyzed on the ground. There weren't many bloodstains on their bodies, only some blood seeping out of their throats and chests. It was obvious that they were no longer alive. Beside them, there was a green triangular flag, and on the flag, there was a lifelike little dragon. AI, the Tenryu sect's way of doing things is really overbearing. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. They didn't ask for the reason. Just based on their own likes and dislikes, they took away 6 lives indiscriminately. Chapter 994. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Meng also felt a little uneasy. She whispered, "Xiaohua, I'm just angry at them. They don't have good intentions." Zhang Xiaohua patted her head and said, "It's none of your business. I guess that senior sister from the Tenryu sect also encountered something like this when she was young. In fact, I was going to get angry just now. It was inevitable that I would have a conflict with them. Moreover, they are acting so gentle and refined now. Who knows, they might change their attitude in a moment. Alas, there's no such thing as good and evil in Jianghu. Perhaps only the Tenryu sect's clean methods can prevent people from bullying them. Maybe, but I think the Tenryu sect is not as bad as the rumors say. At least, they didn't do anything to us." "You're right, but there are 6 living people after all. Forget it. Why are we talking about them? Let's hurry up. The Tenryu sect's sudden appearance in Jianghu is also an important matter. We still need to report to the sect leader." "Io, Xiaohua, I suddenly understand. Didn't the people from Luoying Island ask the people from the Tenryu sect? Why didn't anyone know that they were patrolling? Why, that must be it. As long as they report their names, there will be no survivors. Of course, no one will know. Nonsense. Aren't we living well? Zhang Xiaohua disagreed. Let's go. We should hurry to Yixia town. Meng didn't argue with him, and the two of them rode along the main road. Although the two of them were fast, when the sky darkened and they arrived at a rather large town, they still didn't see any heavenly dragon sect troops. When they arrived at the town, Zhang Xiaohua led David's deer and was about to go forward to inquire. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She glanced at the crowd in front of her. However, the crowd looked hurried. They were either going home, looking for a place to stay, or shopping. There was no one suspicious. What's wrong? What's the matter? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stop, Meng quickly walked over and asked, It's nothing. I just feel like someone is staring at us. Zhang Xiaohua looked ahead unwillingly. Where are they? Meng Yi looked over and probed. Are they from the daytime Tenryu's sect? No. Zhang Xiaohua was very certain. Although the people of the Tenryu sect are highly skilled in martial arts, but I should be able to find them. Besides, they wouldn't do something so boring. You have to remember that we are just ordinary students of beta school. Meng Yi looked at it for a long time, but didn't see anything. He asked, Are you sure? I didn't see anything. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Zhang Xiaohua was also not confident. After that, Zhang Xiaohua walked to a street vendor and asked softly, Sir, may I ask, is this Yixia town? The old man who was selling vegetables looked up at him and nodded. This is Yixia town. Are you looking for an inn to stay in? As he spoke, he pointed with his finger and said, About 1,000 feet ahead, there's an excellent inn. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and said, Thank you, sir, but I still have something to ask. Oh, please tell me. The old man probably hadn't seen such a polite person in Jianghu. He said happily, I've lived in Yixia town for more than 60 years. There is nothing in this town that I don't know. Haha, that's great. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and asked, Do you know a person called Hou Mingcheng? Hou Mingcheng? The old man was stunned. He frowned and thought for a long time. How old is he? Where is he in town? What? Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. If I knew where he was in town, would I still need to ask you? But he said, I don't know how old he is, but he must be over 40 or 50 years old. The old man thought for a long time and finally shook his head. Little brother, I'm old and my brain isn't very bright. I can't remember this person's name. You'd better go to the inn and ask the waiter. They've heard a lot and seen a lot. Maybe they'll know. Zhang Xiaohua thought it was reasonable. When he was about to leave, he asked again, Then, sir, is there a big family with the surname Ho in Yixia town? Oh, of course I know. One is in the west of town. The current head of the family is called Ho Feng. His family has thousands of acres of fertile land in the North Mountain. The other family is in the north of town. The head of the family died young. Now he is a widow with 4 children and runs a jade business. But there is no one named Hou Mingcheng in either of them. I am sure of that. Zhang Xiaohua gave a thumbs up to Meng and said goodbye to the old man. She went straight to the inn that the old man mentioned. The waiter of the inn was really clever, but he still didn't know that there was a man named Hou Mingcheng in Yixia town. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were not surprised. The great master Chang Geng said that Hou Mingcheng was from 40 years ago. It was doubtful that Hou Mingcheng was still alive, let alone remembered after so many years. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua asked about the specific location of the 2 families with the surname Hou in town. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were resting separately. It was late now, so it was not a good time to visit. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng finished washing up and were about to leave the inn with their horses. At this time, there was a noise from the shop in front of the inn. Do you know? Just last night, something big happened in town. Something big? What big thing could it be? I heard the faint sound of a gong outside, and there was a lot of noise. It is late at night, and I am too lazy to get up. Alas, you said that the weather is unpredictable, and people are unpredictable. The Ho family has accumulated a lot of good karma for their whole life. How did they end up like this? The Ho family? Someone asked curiously, Brother, do you mean the Ho family in the west or the north? Nonsense. Of course it's Ho Laofeng from Jinxi. He's always been kind to the people around him. Although he's not a Buddha in every household, He sends cotton in winter and wrinkles in summer. Why did this natural disaster fall on his family? Tell me, although the widow and her son from Jinbei are usually extremely harsh, the heavens may have burned them on account of them seizing the family property. But how could they burn Ho Laofeng as well? It is strange. One is in the west, and the other is in the north. They're so far away from each other. Both of them are from the Ho family. What? Don't tell me. You want the entire town to burn? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face changed. She pulled Meng's hand and said, "Quick, let's go." Meng heard it too. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let's go." There must be something fishy about this. When the two of them arrived at Ho Feng's house, they couldn't help but feel disheartened. This was a rather large house, but at this time, it had been reduced to broken bricks and tiles. The charred wooden beams still had some faint flames, and there was a faint white steam rising from the top of the house. It should be the water vapor from the people in town putting out the fire last night. There were quite a number of people gathered in front of the charred house. Zhang Xiaohua found a young man with disheveled clothes and water stains on his body and asked, "Brother, I'm just passing by. There seems to be a fire here. Looking at your appearance, you should have participated in the extinguishing of the fire last night, right?" The young man looked at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded. "That's right. In the early hours of this morning, the house suddenly caught fire. I happened to live nearby, so I was the first to know." The young man recounted what he had seen last night and sighed. It's a pity that old Master Ho was such a good man, yet he was burned alive in there. Alas, there isn't a single person left alive in the entire Ho mansion. Not even one. Meng gritted her teeth and asked, "That's right. The officials were here just now. I heard from them that they just came from the Ho family in Jinbei. It's not the same as here. All the corpses were found in the rooms. None of them escaped." Many thanks. After hearing the young man's words, Zhang Xiaohua retracted his divine sense. That person was right. There was not a single living being in the Marquis's mansion. "Do you still want to go to the north to take a look?" Zhang Xiaohua turned to ask Meng. Meng shook her head blankly and said, "No need. The fire was strange. If only one family encountered it, it would be fine. But two families with the surname Ho encountered it. If there is no connection, no one will believe it. If Ho Feng's family is like this, then there is no one alive in the other family. What's the use of going there? Could it be that the Dalan Temple did something?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned. "I don't think so. If the Dalan Temple want to hide it, they could have just not written the names of Yixia Town and Ho Mingchen. They could have even not given us the list. How could we force the great Master Chang'an? Could it be the Tenryu's sect?" Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of what she saw on the official road. "That doesn't make sense." Meng shook her head. "Has the Tenryu sect ever been afraid of anyone in Jianghu? Even if there was something that could be used against them, would they care about it being exposed? Even if you and I know, what's the use? Besides, we are only looking for Ho Mingxiang to ask about my background. What does it have to do with the Tenryu sect?" "That's right. The Tenryu sect can't know our purpose." Zhang Xiaohua nodded, but then she frowned. "Could it be that someone is following us? Yesterday, when I was asking people in the town, someone overheard us." Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua felt his hair stand on end. That day, he had released his divine sense, and there was no one around. If it was as he expected, and he felt that there was someone following him, then that person's martial arts, no, the divine ability of the immortal Tao, which is how high was that person's martial arts, no, divine ability of the immortal Tao. Involuntarily, Zhang Xiaohua looked around for a long time. Then, she released her divine sense to check carefully. Unfortunately, the morning in Yixia Town was the same as in other places. Only the early birds were looking for insects. Meng was stunned when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's nervous expression. She looked around vigilantly. Chapter 995. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Let's go, Meng. There are no more clues here. Let's go to the next place." "Okay." Meng nodded. The two of them mounted the horse and went straight to the town. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the villagers and thought for a while. In the end, he did not dismount the horse and ask. After they were far away from the town, Meng could not help but ask, "Where's the next place? If you don't ask, how are we going to get there?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let's leave the town first. I keep having the feeling that someone is following us. Now that we've asked, even if we give a few different names, they'll know where we're going once we leave. Wouldn't that be telling them for nothing?" "Okay, I'll listen to you." Ming was a little sad. Zhang Xiaohua knew what she was thinking. He patted David's deer and went forward to hold her hand. He said, "Ming, don't think too much. No matter what your background is, no matter who your family is, you're always a dream in my heart. The girl who made my heart flutter. I'll miss you, protect you, cherish you. I'll accompany you day and night, never to be separated." "Xiaohua!" Meng called out to Zhang Xiaohua and jumped into his arms. She hugged Zhang Xiaohua's waist and buried her head in Zhang Xiaohua's chest. After a while, Meng raised her head and her cherry lips were right in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but lower his head and kiss her. After a long time, the two of them who had been practicing internal energy for a long time separated. Meng leaned her body against Zhang Xiaohua and her chest heaved up and down. She was still very excited. The deer, Huan Huan, stood quietly by the side of the road. The big white horse also looked for grass around Huan Huan and slowly chewed on it. The entire road was very quiet. "Xiaohua, maybe I don't have to look for my background. Isn't it better to be with you and live happily on Lingxiang Peak?" This was the second time Meng made this request. "It is good to live on Lingxiang Peak, but do you think you can let go of everything in the past? You don't want to think about your background anymore?" Zhang Xiaohua asked, "If your parents want to know about you, and you hide on Lingxiang Peak, won't you be unfilial?" Zhang Xiaohua's words were naturally emotional. His parents were in the Guizhuang house, but he and his second brother could not rush back to tell them that they were safe. He tried to persuade Meng to find her home. "AI, okay, I'll listen to you." Meng looked at her lover, her heart full of sweetness. "Where are we going?" Meng nestled in Zhang Xiaohua's arms and asked, "And let me see." As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua reached into her bosom and took out the list. She first looked left and right, then released her divine sense and carefully checked it. Only then did she open it, take a look, and immediately put it back into her bosom. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so careful, Meng said, "Xiaohua, you don't have to say anything. I will go with you. If you say it and others hear it, won't it spoil our plans?" As she spoke, Meng's eyes looked left and right, as if there was someone nearby. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but look around. She nodded and said, "I already know the place and the name of the person. Let's go ahead and find a place to ask." After he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua burst out laughing and said, "Even if I don't tell you, when I ask someone, don't you want someone else to hear it?" "Hee hee." Meng laughed and said, "When you ask someone, you just have to be careful. If there are too many people, they may not be able to hear it." Zhang Xiaohua thought it made sense. They rode forward for half a day and came to a very small town. In order to cover up, Zhang Xiaohua let Meng cover for him. They sat in a tea house and found an excuse to leave for a while. Then they found a secluded place and used the earth escape. They also found a place where there was no one and asked a few older people about the place. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was also careful and asked a few more irrelevant places. However, he was not familiar with this place, so most of the things he asked were unknown. He wanted to ask about the last few places, but he was afraid that others would know and catch him in one fell swoop. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in the tea house again, there was a faint smile on his face. Meng knew that he had a plan in mind, so she was also happy. She accompanied Zhang Xiaohua to have some tea and snacks, and then they continued on their way. Next, they went to Baiquan Mountain, which was an ancient martial arts family. Although they came out of Yixia town and went in a random direction, they gathered together. Even if the direction was wrong, the difference was not big. Although it was a small matter, it also made Meng feel refreshed. She felt that God had opened his eyes and allowed them to find some clues smoothly. Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see Meng Yao, and Zhang Xiaohua was naturally happy to accompany her. The two of them chattered about something, but looking at their happy appearance, it was similar to going on a scenic tour. After a day and a night, they came to the front of a mountain at dusk. "Is it here?" Meng looked at the tall mountain and asked. "Well, it should be. This is Baiquan Mountain. The second person on the list is a person named Chung Miao. I have asked the people in the town yesterday. It seems that there is a Chung family in Baikuan Mountain, which is a martial arts family. It has been entrenched for many years. The mountain is so big. How can we find it? It's very easy to find. The Chung family is not on the mountain, but in a place called Chung Village at the foot of the mountain. It is at the mountain pass of Baikuan Mountain, built by the mountain. Is it there? Meng pointed with her finger. It should be. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the smoke rising from the foot of the mountain in the distance and said with a smile, "Let's not rest this time. Even if it is dark, we have to go to Chung Village first." "Yes," Meng said with a smile. The two of them walked for half a meal and were much closer to Chung Village. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the smoke in the distance and shouted, "Oh no, this is not smoke. I am afraid." As she said that, she patted David's deer and immediately rushed to Chung Village as fast as lightning. However, when they arrived, the scene in front of them stunned them. The whole Chung Village had been turned into ashes. The smoke they saw just now was only the black smoke of the village when it was set on fire. This, Zhang Xiaohua stamped her foot and immediately released her divine sense. At this time, her divine sense could cover a large area, but in the whole area, there was no one who could attract her attention. What the hell is going on? Meng looked at the burned village and the dead bodies in front of the houses that had just been extinguished. She could not help but feel sad and said to herself, I just want to know my background. Is this too much? This is the second time. Zhang Xiaohua said to herself, if the incident in Yixia Town was accidental, then the incident in Baikuan Mountain was inevitable. This must be related to Meng's background. But what is it about Meng's background that can't be known by others? Moreover, even Meng herself does not know the contents of a list. How could others know? Dalin Temple. Zhang Xiaohua's mind immediately flashed. Only the great master Chang'eng or the elders of the Dalin Temple know about the things on the list. Could it be that the Dalin Temple pretended to be sanctimonious and gave us the list on the surface, but secretly erased all traces of it? It must be. Otherwise, why would the great master Chang'eng be so shocked when he saw Meng's face? 40 years ago, the woman who looked like Meng was Meng's mother. Who could make the great master Chang'eng so shocked? Why did the Dalin Temple try so hard to stop Meng from meeting her mother? But if the great master Chang'eng killed Meng, wouldn't it be over? Well, of course not. First, it would offend the fragrant temple. Second, it would create a blood feud with Meng's mother. I guess the Dalin Temple does not want to see that happen. But how can they hide it from us for a while? How can they hide it forever? Meng will meet her mother sooner or later. The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more confused she became. At this time, Meng had already looked around the small mountain village. The village was not big, but there were about 100 families. There was not a single living person. Meng's expression was very solemn. When she came to Zhang Xiaohua's side, she was already determined. There are no living people, right? Zhang Xiaohua asked knowingly. Well, even the livestock were burned to death. Meng said with grief and indignation, Xiaohua, I've decided not to look for my background. Even if I can't see my mother in this life, even if I can't be happy in this life, I won't look for it. Have you decided? Zhang Xiaohua understood Meng's feelings very well. Yes, I've decided. Well, I support you. But Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, if there are no accidents, the others on the list, even if we don't look for them, they may not be alive. Maybe their fates were already decided when the Dalin Temple wrote this list. Meng shook her head. Maybe, but if I go, they will certainly die. If I don't go, maybe they will have a chance to live. Xiaohua, let me deceive myself. I'd rather believe that if I don't go, they can live well, even if they are now ashes. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and took out the list. She rolled it into a ball and rubbed it between her palms. It turned into scraps of paper, and the handwriting could no longer be seen. With a wave of her hand, the scraps of paper flew between heaven and earth, and not a trace of it could be seen. Seeing the list destroyed, Meng seemed to have removed a big stone from her heart. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. Well, it's all over now. Let's go back to the incense cult and start our happy life at Lingxiang Peak. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. You don't have to worry about this pugilistic world anymore. Of course, I'll go back with you. Then, the two of them looked back at the Chung village, which was still smoking, and left. Chapter 996. A few days later, Zhang Xiaohua and Dream arrived at a lush mountain range. Dream smiled and said, I thought that the mountains in our sect were beautiful. But now, it seems that I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. There are so many beautiful mountains and rivers here, but the scenery is different from each other. Each has its own unique characteristics. Each has its own unique charm. None of them are worse than the sects. That's right. Even the place where the Dalan Temple is, the whole mountain range may not be smaller than Zhuanxiang cult. That huge Guiyuan Tower seems to be no worse than Huansu. Fortunately, Zhuanxiang cult is now open. There will be plenty of opportunities to come out in the future. Maybe after the martial arts convention, we can ask the leader for a job and walk around the surrounding mountains. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands. That's right. That's what it means to laugh proudly in Jianghu. Unlike now, we have to go back after just a few days. I don't know the name of this mountain. We're just walking around blindly. It'll be troublesome if we want to come back in the future. Isn't that easy? Just find someone to ask. Just as they were talking, Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly stunned. He looked into the distance thoughtfully. When Dream saw this, she also turned her head. Before she could see clearly, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard from that direction. Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled and blurted out, Why is he here? Who? Dream looked at the figure in the distance and said, You can see him. Yes, it's someone I know, so it's easy to recognize him. You know him in Jianghu? Dream asked curiously. Yes, let's go and see. The person I know seems to be unable to hold on. As they spoke, the two of them spurred their horses and rushed forward along the mountain path. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the two of them reached the peak of the mountain. At the peak, there were more than 10 people with weapons in their hands, surrounding the two carriages. In front of the carriages, there were two people, one big and one small. The small one was about 5 or 6 years old and held a toy sword in his hand. He was fighting with a skinny man in his 20s. The man's sword was casually parrying the attacks. It was obvious that he was just playing around. The big one at the side was bare-chested, revealing his bulging arms. He held a sword in his hand and was fighting with a tall and fat man. The man also held a sword in his hand, but it was thicker and wider than usual. When their swords clashed, sparks flew. On the mountain path, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to observe the situation. He shook his head. Earlier at the foot of the mountain, she had seen that the man's sword skills were rusty. He only relied on his arms and some strength. His opponent seemed to be willing to let him win. He only exchanged blows with him and did not take the opportunity to kill him. Therefore, she followed Dream up the mountain path. Sure enough, the man used his strength to shake off the sword. He was somewhat impatient and said, Chu Zhigao, do you think it's fun? I've already let you have more than 100 moves. Don't you know that you're not my opponent? Why do you still want to make a pointless struggle? The man who used the sword was the street performer that Zhang Xiaohua saved at Lu Town Square. The bone-solidifying pill formula was also obtained from this man, called Chu Zhigao. Chu Zhigao said angrily, Of course I know that I'm not your opponent, but you destroyed my home and burned down my house. Do I have to grovel and beg you for mercy? You really don't know what's good for you. My Jingli Manor was only interested in your formula. I gave you face and asked you to hand it over. Why can't you listen to the Manor Lord's advice again and again? Don't tell me that it's really hard to hear. Bah! Chu Zhigao's spit almost sprayed on the man's face as he shouted. How shameless. This Chu Zhigao's medicinal plaster is passed down from my ancestors. How can you exchange it for just 10 taels of silver from Jing Manor? Now you're bullying my sect. How can I give it to you? Ha! Chu Zhigao, do you think your Horned Dragon Mountain is still the Horned Dragon Mountain from 10 years ago? You're already a street performer and selling medicinal paste. What are you talking about? The 10 taels of silver is the Manor Lord's kindness. If it's up to me, I'll just rob you. Bah! If it wasn't for the fact that Senior Chu left early and didn't leave behind his martial arts, we wouldn't be afraid of your jingling manner. Lier, don't waste your breath on him. Just take him down. My patience has run out. Yes, Manor Lord. I'll do it now. As he spoke, the man who was fighting with the child at the side hurriedly brandished his sword. The child panicked, and his sword was sent flying. Then, he was easily caught in the man's hand. Chu Zhigao, your son is already in my hands. Are you going to stop or not? When Chu Zhigao saw this, he let out a long sigh and threw his padao on the ground. Just as he was about to speak, a yellow figure suddenly flew out from another carriage and pounced on the face of the person who was holding the child. In the Tenryu sect, there was no one in the huge hall. Suddenly, there were sounds of hurried footsteps coming from outside the hall. When the footsteps reached the entrance of the hall, they stopped. After a while, there was still no movement. A strange black figure appeared above the hall. Then, as if he was flying, he flew to the tall chair in the hall. A voice came from the bamboo hat. What's the emergency? How dare you disturb my cultivation? Zung zung. There were a few light footsteps. A woman came forward and bowed. Lord Sakura, this little one has found the whereabouts of the saintess. What? Sakura lost his composure. He immediately stood up from his chair and shouted, Where is ya? Reporting to Sect Master, the saintess is now in the Dalan Temple. What? The bald donkeys from the Dalan Temple? They actually dared to shackle the saintess of my Dragon God sect? Men, Lord, please calm down, please calm down. The woman hurriedly said, The saintess isn't imprisoned by the Dalan Temple. She is an envoy of the fragrant religion. She is here to deliver an invitation to the Dalan Temple. Invitation? Is it the same as the disciple from the fragrant religion who came to deliver the invitation? That's right. The Holy Maiden really went to the Dalan Temple as an emissary of the incense cult. She was accompanied by a young male disciple of the incense cult. According to the news from the Dalan Temple, this male disciple is called Ren Xiaoyao. He is the only disciple of the incense cult. Ren Xiaoyao? The only disciple of the fragrant religion? Sakura's expression relaxed. He sat on the chair and asked curiously, When did the fragrant religion have a disciple of the fragrant religion? Isn't this going against the Dalan Temple? What is the saintess situation? Reporting to Lord, the saintess seems to have lost her memory. She doesn't remember anything from the past. Even when our spies in the Dalan Temple tried to probe her using the secret code, the saintess didn't have any reaction. Of course, perhaps the saintess has other arrangements. This subordinate doesn't know. Spies? How did the Dalan Temple's spies know the saintess' appearance? Sakura was somewhat angry. Lord, please calm down. The woman was very afraid. She whispered, Didn't Lord want this subordinate to hurry up? This subordinate has sent out some of the saintess' portrait. Lord, rest assured, this subordinate knows that the portrait of the saintess will not be leaked. Moreover, they also don't know who the person in the portrait is. Sakura asked again, Is the saintess returning to the fragrant religion? No, the woman revealed a strange expression and said, The saintess left the Dalan Temple and went in another direction. However, this disciple has already sent people over. But, for fear of affecting the saintess, this disciple didn't dare to approach. Good. Inform everyone that we are heading to the fragrant religion. Lord, you're going to participate in the martial arts convention? The woman was surprised. Didn't Lord Garuda set off a few days ago? But immediately, the woman came to her senses and bowed. Reporting to Lord, this subordinate will arrange it right away. In the fragrant religion, in a quiet room on the fragrant peak, Nun Jing, he was sitting on a chair. Nun Xuezhen was also sitting expressionlessly below. Lord, the disciples who went out to deliver the invitations have already returned. Although Peacock and Yuyan haven't returned, there's still news. Only Zixia and Ren Xiaoyao. Since they entered the Dalan Temple, there hasn't been any news. What do you think? No matter, Ren Xiaoyao went to the Dalan Temple for some other matters. I guess he was asked to stay by Changsheng and the others. Moreover, the Dalan Temple is far away from the fragrant religion. I'm afraid the news will be delayed. By the way, Is there any other news about the immortal Tao people from Rejuvenation Valley? Replying to Sect Master, there isn't. Your respected self also knows that those of the immortal Tao come and go. If they didn't deliberately let others know, who would be able to see? We don't know how long this person of the Way of Immortality has been in Jianghu. Not only do we not know about it, I reckon that even the Tenryu sect may not know about it. That old man suddenly took a liking to Rejuvenation Valley. It's strange. Are all cultivators of the immortal Tao pure of heart and few desires, ignoring the mortal world? This subordinate does not dare to make wild guesses. Lord Hierarch is also a successor of the immortal Tao. This subordinate does not have that kind of feeling. Sigh. That's because my sect's cultivation is still too low. According to my disciple's message, that a mortal could actually fly as high as a mountain. That's probably the legendary wind controlling technique. My sect can only float in the air right now. That's still far from it. If the light body technique is already so good, then there's no need to talk about the rest. However, this subordinate still has some thoughts. I don't know if it's appropriate to say it. Haha, you and I are senior sister. Although you didn't participate in the official selection and didn't take charge of a hall, but you have made great contributions to my sect. Others may not know, but how can this sect not know? If you have something to say, feel free to say it. Thank you, Lord Hierarch, for your wise judgment. This subordinate is happy even if I have to sacrifice my life. There's no need for that. It's all for the foundation of the incense sect, for the paradise of my Lingxiang peak. It's like this, Lord Hierarch. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. That person of the immortal Tao doesn't usually appear in the world. Why did he appear after Zixia came to Don't Worry City? Although there's no definite connection, but this subordinate still has some doubts. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 997. Aha. So Junior Sister Shuizhen already knew? I thought you would keep your mouth shut. I didn't expect you to bring it up today. Please forgive me, Hierarch. When I first saw Zixia, I had some suspicions. But Hierarch is as wise as the sea. You must know my suspicions. Since you insist on keeping Zixia, you must have your own plans. Of course, I didn't dare to have any other ideas. Moreover, according to my observations over the past few years, there was nothing strange about Zixia. It seemed that she was really kept in the dark and didn't know anything. But senior sister Jingshuan's death didn't seem to have anything to do with her. Alas, not everyone can see the true face of the saintess of the Tenryu sect. Even in the incense cult, only I had the chance to see her. Junior Sister Shuizhen must have met her by chance in Jianghu in her early years. Yes, that was more than 40 years ago. Therefore, Senior Sister Jingxian brought this Zixia back to the fragrant cult. Although she had good intentions, for a poor child who did not know her origins and had lost her memories, she did not know that she had already brought a hot potato back to lingering Fragrance Peak. Hierarch, do you also think that Zixia is the daughter of the saintess of the Tenryu sect? Nanjingyi smiled bitterly. She knocked on the chair with her hand and said, Zixia's face is almost exactly the same as the saintess of the Tenryu sect 40 years ago. I'm not blind. How can I not see it? If you say that Zixia has nothing to do with the saintess of the Tenryu sect, then no one will believe it. This is also the reason why I didn't give her a veil and didn't accept her into the Mo Xin Palace. I understand. Others think that Hierarch tolerates Zixia because of Senior Sister Jingxian. You even let her participate in the Orchid Evening Refinement. Actually, our cult doesn't dare to offend the Tenryu sect too much. Besides, we also want the Tenryu sect spies to quickly recognize Zixia's face so that this matter could be reported back to the Tenryu sect. Then, we can send Zixia safely back to the Tenryu sect. However, Junior Sister Jingxian met with a mishap. This sect was astonished. Such a mysterious method should have been done by the Tenryu sect. since the daughter of the previous generation saintess was by Junior's sister Jing Xian's side. How would they dare to do such a thing? So, Sect Master, you think this purple mist might not be? That's right. Our church had some doubts, so we sent Zixia to accompany Ren Xiaoyao to the Dalan Temple. That's strange, sect leader, but why didn't you send him directly to the Tenryu sect? Wouldn't we know after a test? Nun Shuezhen was very puzzled. Junior sister Shuezhen, although our cult can't confirm that Zixia is the descendant of the Tenryu sect saintess. According to old legends, the previous saintesses of the Tenryu sect were all the daughters of the Tenryu sect's sect master Di Shirtian. We can't risk sending Di Shirtian's daughter to Di Shirtian. Isn't this a clear slap to the Tenryu sect's face? Ordering sect master Di Shirtian's daughter around? Oh, I understand. Nun Shuezhen was enlightened. Sending Zixia to the Dalan Temple can first test the Tenryu sect's reaction, and second tell the Tenryu sect that we didn't know this was the descendant of your saintess. Sect master is brilliant. Haha, junior sister, you only know one thing but don't know the other. There's a second reason why we sent Zixia. Sect leader, please enlighten us. That's Ren Xiaoyao? Ren Xiaoyao? That silly brat? Nun Shuezhen was even more baffled. Isn't he just a lucky brat? He's not just lucky. Nun Jing smiled wryly. He's the only person our sect can't figure out. Didn't he call himself some beta school? A small mountain sect? A sect like that is as common as a carp crossing a river in the Jianghu. Who would remember it? Sect leader, you could just send someone to investigate. The key is that he's a beta school. Our sect has already sent people to investigate, but it hasn't been long enough, so we haven't made any progress. However, do you remember what Rejuvenation Valley's Nie Qinyu said in front of those from the Immortal Tao? Of course I do. She's just an infatuated child who doesn't understand the ways of the world. She's still thinking about Ren Xiaoyao in her heart. It can't be counted as real. But junior sister, haven't you thought about it? Does the formation Rejuvenation Valley used to face the enemy have anything to do with Ren Xiaoyao? That's impossible. Nun Shuezhen immediately shook her head. Rejuvenation Valley has been established for over 1,000 years. It's not strange for them to occasionally obtain some formations from the immortal Tao that can resist martial arts. What does this have to do with Ren Xiaoyao? But don't forget, Nie Qinyu told the senior from the immortal Tao that she'd already obtained some of the Beidou school's incantations for internal strength. Nun Shuezhen really hadn't paid attention to this sentence. Our sect has already sent people to investigate. Nie Qinyu's constitution is weak, and she can't practice martial arts. Therefore, the martial arts passed down in Rejuvenation Valley are only practiced by her eldest sister, Nie Qianrong, and second sister, Nie Qianxiu. She doesn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. But look, she's already obtained some Beidou school's incantations. Needless to say, they were passed down by Ren Xiaoyao. This incantation, what kind of incantation is it? Can it allow a woman who can't practice martial arts to practice it? Why don't we have the disciples of Carefree City ask Nie Qinyu? It was possible in the past, but now it's no longer possible. Nun Jing shook her head. The Jade Talisman given by the Immortal Tao Senior is too dangerous. Even the Tenryu sect, TSK, they wouldn't dare to use force. Then, she said thoughtfully, the strangest thing is that Ren Xiaoyao has the incantation for this internal strength incantation, but his own internal strength isn't good enough. His lightness skill is a complete mess. When he barged into Lingering Fragrance Peak, he relied entirely on the strength of his arms. That sword embryo is also half-baked. Not exactly half-baked. It should be some kind of strange sword technique. Don't you think this is strange? So, Lord Sect Leader sent Ren Xiaoyao to Huansu. Nun Shuezhen was enlightened. That's right. Our sect wanted to see Ren Xiaoyao's true ability. It's just that this guy is a troublemaker. Just as he entered Huansu, a huge change happened there. Could it be that Lord Sect Leader suspects that the huge change has something to do with Ren Xiaoyao? It'll be great if it has something to do with him. Nanjing, he smiled bitterly. To be able to mess up Huan Su's array, what kind of immortal Dao cultivation does he have? Even our sect won't have this kind of ability, even if we cultivate for another 60 years. Ren Xiaoyao, how could he have it? And the most reassuring thing is, Nanjing, he looked out the window and sighed. Ren Xiaoyao, he actually gave me the Chao Huan pill that Mo Qingshan found. Mo Qingshan? Chao Huan pill? Nun Xuezhen cried out in shock. Mo Qingshan, is he still alive? Chao Huan pill? Isn't that the legendary immortal Dao spiritual herb? Once consumed, it'll immediately. Mo Qingshan died long ago. I don't know when he died. Sigh, it's been hard on him. Then she sighed again. Junior sister Xuezhen is right. I didn't expect that the Chao Huan pill in the immortal Dao's legends would really exist in Huan Su. Think about it. If that Ren Xiaoyao was a person of the immortal Dao, how could he return the Chao Huan pill to our sect? He only needed to consume the Chao Huan pill himself and destroy the thing that Mo Qingshan left for our sect. Who in this world would know that it was Ren Xiaoyao who took the Chao Huan pill? Yes, Sir Cult Leader is right. It can only mean that Ren Xiaoyao doesn't seem to understand. He's indeed a person of the martial Dao, and he's also from a small mountain sect. No wonder Sir Cult Leader was so protective of him in the past. It turns out that there's such a reason behind it. Yes, this is also the reason why our sect couldn't see through Ren Xiaoyao. However, this isn't the reason why our sect trusts Ren Xiaoyao. Hee, this time we sent Ren Xiaoyao to be with Zixia. It's also because we want to see what kind of person he is. Who cares what kind of person he is? He's not a person of the immortal Dao. Didn't you hear that the immortal Dao Senior hasn't heard of Beta School? Since he's a person of the martial Dao, there's no way he can escape from our fragrant cult. But Junior Sister Xuezhen, you seem to have forgotten something. What is it? Abbess Xuezhen asked curiously. Niechinyu? Abbess Jing smiled. Junior Sister, have you forgotten? Niechinyu is the only disciple of our protector. Not only did she bear the reputation of being unmarried, but she also claimed to be a disciple of Beidu School. For her to have the determination to reject the immortal Dao means that her love for Ren Xiaoyao is stronger than gold. What else can it mean? If our sect wants to kill Ren Xiaoyao, this little girl will crush the jade slip in anger. Although the immortal Dao Senior may not reach out to meddle in this matter, but if this girl also enters the immortal Dao, I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to our fragrant cult in the future. With a hiss, Abbess Xuezhen sucked in a breath of cold air and smiled bitterly. I really didn't think that much. I really didn't think there were so many implications. Pulling one hair will affect the whole body. I really can't act rashly. But this little girl doesn't seem to know about the matter between Zixia and Ren Xiaoyao. If she knew, would she still act like this? Abbess Xuezhen probed. Alas, who knows? The most difficult thing to understand in this world is love. No one knows what Nie Qinyu is thinking. Maybe it's because of love that she hates, or maybe it's because of love that she loves even more. But this isn't something we need to consider. Anyway, Ren Xiaoyao is our protector. If we can use him, then use him. If we can't use him, then don't use him. Leader, you're brilliant. Abbess Xuezhen bowed and said, I didn't expect Leader to be so clear about these details. I thought Leader had only heard of Nie Qinyu's name. Junior Sister Xuezhen, you must remember that the details determine success or failure. Any small link can affect the big picture in the end. Haha. Well, we've said so many useless and depressing things. Now let's talk about something that makes people happy. Abbess Jing stretched, which was rare for her, and said with a smile, Have you done the things I asked you to do? If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 998. Your Excellency, are you talking about the Misty Hall? This subordinate has already passed down Sect Master's decree a few days ago. Misty Hall's Yang Ruping, Vice Hall Master Gao Kunheng, and the girl called O Yin have all been sent to Mo Xin Palace. What about Ming Qing? Are they ready? Well, I don't know. I've already informed Ming Qing. He should be here by now. Well, let's go. Junior sister Xuezhen, let's go to Mo Xian Palace together. Ask Elder Jing Fan, several masters, Peacock, Chun Shun, and the others to come here. I'm here to announce a happy event. Happy event? Master Xuezhen was obviously stunned, then nodded and went out. Yes, it's a happy event that our sect has been preparing for a long time. Master Jingyi seemed to be answering Master Xuezhen, but Master Xuezhen had already gone far away. In Mo Xian Palace, it was the usual meeting. Everyone was sitting with their heads down, waiting for Master Jingyi's arrival. Only Chun Shun tilted his head and looked at the old masters who usually didn't come out, and Yang Ruping, Gao Kunheng, and the others who were sitting far away from them. He opened his mouth several times but hesitated. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, then, "Are you Zhang Xiaohu?" Wasn't the one sitting behind Gao Kunheng Zhang Xiaohu? At this time, hearing a female disciple call his name, Zhang Xiaohu looked up. It was a female disciple wearing a mask and a palace dress. How could he tell who she was? She didn't dare to answer casually and turned to look at the Misty Hall's hall master with a puzzled expression. Yang Ruping heard it too. She glanced at Qin Shun and said with a smile, "This, junior sister, are you familiar with the disciples of the Misty Hall?" Qin Shun smiled and said, "Haha, I'm not familiar with them. I just want to ask, is that Qin Shun of your Misty Hall doing well?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu immediately understood. This female disciple must be the Chun Shun mentioned by Xiaohua. She has the same name as Chun Shun, but she wore different clothes when she went to the Misty Hall last time, so they can't recognize each other. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to speak, Yang Ruping smiled and said, "So it's junior sister Chun. I was wondering who was familiar with our Ethereal Hall's disciples." Then he hesitated and asked, "I wonder, why is junior sister Chun here?" Of course, Yang Ruping was definitely suspicious. She knew the rules of Mo Xian Palace. When she was under Nanjing Yi's tutelage, even though she was very favored, she didn't have the right to sit there. He, senior sister Yang, I, senior sister Peacock, and junior sister Yuyan have all received the inheritance of our fragrant sect. Only those who have been classified as legacy disciples are qualified to sit here. Hearing this, Yang Ruping was surprised, but more than that, she felt bitter. She had also gone through the test of the Refining Heart Cave. Unfortunately, the test happened after she went to Mo Cho City. At that time, she was deeply in love and couldn't extricate herself. How could she escape from the inner demons of the Refining Heart Cave? The situation in the dreamland was absurd and abnormal. She did not even tell O Peng about it and buried it deep in her heart. When she heard that he was the successor, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. There was some bitterness and some jealousy. When she thought of her dead husband, she felt even more grief. Yang Ruping was only slightly distracted. She immediately stood up and saluted. "Congratulations to the 3 junior sisters. These 3 would be the highest level of the Fragrance sect in the future. If the Misty Hall wanted to be safe in the Fragrance sect, of course, they would have to rely on them. How could Yang Ruping not be respectful?" "We don't dare." Peacock stood up and returned the salute. "We were just lucky. We don't dare to show off." "Senior sister Yang is the head of the hall. We will have to rely on you in the future. The Misty Hall is newly established by the Fragrance sect. We will have to rely on you in the future," Yang Ruping said with a smile. "Haha, we are all sisters of the same sect. We should do so." Qinshan looked at Zhang Xiaohu and asked, "Zhang Xiaohu, how is Qinshan?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Junior sister Chun is doing very well. Her skills have improved greatly, and she is in seclusion on Shixin Peak." "Ha ha." Qinshan clapped and said, "Now that's interesting. If her martial arts were too weak, she would not be worthy of the name Chun Shun." Zhang Xiaohu was sweating. He unconsciously thought of what Zhang Xiaohua had said and looked at Chun Shun. "You're all here." A voice sounded from Mo Xian Palace. Everyone was surprised and looked up. They didn't know when Nanjing he had quietly sat there. Greetings to the hierarch. Everyone went forward and saluted. Well, sit down, Nanjing said with a smile. After everyone sat down, Nanjing looked at the haggard young Rupiying and said with concern, Rupiying, how are you on Shirsheen Peak? Hearing her master's tone, which was the same as when she taught her martial arts, young Rupiying's heart ached, and she almost cried. She didn't answer immediately and lowered her head to hold back her tears for a while. Then she looked up and said with a forced smile, Thank you, Master, for your concern. I am fine. Alas, Rupiying, it's not that I want to scold you. You are not suitable to be a hall leader. It's better to concentrate on your martial arts. Look, several junior sisters have received the inheritance. You, even if you failed in the refining heart cave, you still have a chance to enter the way of immortality. Master, thank you for your concern. I will remember my late husband's last words. I can't let him down. I still hope that I can take good care of his disciple. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. The Misty School has to walk on its own. How can it be sheltered under the wings of a little girl like you? The Misty School. Young Rupiying was stunned. Obviously, she knew that Nanjing had made a mistake. She smiled bitterly and said, The Misty Hall is doing well now. I will hold on for a few more years. It won't be too late to consider it after the younger disciples have matured. Then, have you not considered letting go now? Nanjing seemed to ask casually. Now, young Rupiying was even more stunned. She didn't know what Nanjing meant. She thought for a while and said, As Master said, I really don't want to be the hall leader of the Misty Hall. But without me, I'm afraid the entire Misty Hall will be bullied by others. Of course, if Master has any arrangements or a suitable candidate to be the hall leader of the Misty Hall, as long as the disciples of the Misty Hall are not treated unfairly, I will definitely agree. Seeing that young Rupiying was so resolute, Nanjing asked again, Then, are you going to be the hall leader of the Misty School? Then I'm even less interested. Young Rupiying heard it and said casually. But then she came to a realization. It was as if she was struck by lightning. Nanjing had already mentioned the Misty School and not the Misty Hall twice. How was that a slip of the tongue? Obviously, there was another meaning behind it. At this moment, not to mention young Rupiying, everyone understood the meaning behind his words. Their faces were all filled with shock. Zhang Xiaohu was even more so. His eyes were wide open as he looked at this conversation that had nothing to do with him. Master, what do you mean? Young Rupiying's voice was trembling. It's very simple. There's no meaning. Nanjing's tone was very indifferent. I'm just asking if you are willing to be the hall leader of the Misty School. Nanjing's voice was very soft. But in everyone's eyes, it was as if a hammer was hammering on their hearts. No one expected her to ask such a question. Master, you mean to let the Misty Hall split the incense cult and set up another Misty School? Master, I didn't mishear you, did I? Young Rupiying still didn't dare to confirm it. Why not? Nanjing waved her hand casually. I never intended to keep the Misty Hall in the Shirsheen Peak. Ever since the Misty Peak, I never intended to. Everyone in Immerse's palace was shocked again. For a moment, young Rupiying didn't know what to feel. At the same time, all the puzzling things that happened in the Misty Hall in the Shirsheen Peak in the past 5 years were explained. Nanjing didn't let other outer disciples into the Misty Hall and didn't split the Misty Hall into other outer sects because of young Rupiying. More importantly, she didn't intend to keep the Misty School in the incense cult. As for the so-called Misty Heights, Nanjing didn't care at all. She only wanted to be gentle and didn't want to be forceful. Knowing this, Rupiying, do you still not want to be the hall leader? Nanjing asked with a smile. I still have the same words. I really don't have the ability to manage people. Young Rupiying still said, I'm already struggling to manage the Misty Hall under your wings. How can I manage the Misty School? If you have a more suitable candidate, I'm willing to stay in the Shirsheen Peak. Well, good. Nanjing nodded slightly and seemed to be quite satisfied. As soon as he said that, a certain someone in the hall became extremely excited. His palms were almost sweating. This person was Gao Kunheng. Was there a need to explain? The Misty Hall had a hall leader and 2 vice hall leaders. Yang Ruping didn't want to be the hall leader, let alone the hall leader. Among the 2 vice hall leaders, the other vice hall leader, Aunt Sheen, wasn't called by the hierarch at all. Did he need to be told? The new hall leader of the Misty School must be him. Sure enough, Yang Ruping turned her head slightly to look at Gao Kunheng. Gao Kunheng also felt the cult leader's gaze at the same time. He immediately raised his head and puffed out his chest, acting like a loyal subordinate who was unafraid of death, willing to sacrifice his life, and willing to work hard. Unfortunately, Nanjing Yi was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see whether she was satisfied or not. However, just as Gao Kunheng was waiting for Nanjing Yi to clarify her words, Nanjing Fan interjected. Gao Kunheng almost wanted to kneel in front of Nanjing Fan and beg her to be more polite and not interrupt. He heard Nanjing Fan clap her hands and say, "Honorable cult leader, I really don't know what to say. To tell you the truth, I really didn't expect honorable cult leader to let go. It's much more brilliant than holding it in your hands." Chapter 999. After the shopkeeper left, Meng asked, "Xiaohua, when did you come to this restaurant?" 5 years ago, Zhang Xiaohua said meaningfully. "Back then, I spent 50 copper coins to have a meal here." "Haha, 50 copper coins?" Meng gradually understood the meaning of 50 copper coins after leaving the chanting incense cult. She couldn't help but chuckle. But before she could finish laughing, she suddenly woke up and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm. "Xiaohua, you said 5 years ago? Wasn't that when I met you?" "Yes, that's right." Zhang Xiaohua nodded solemnly. "It was 5 years ago when I met you in Shirtai outside Poyang town." God bless me, God bless me. Meng's eyes were almost filled with tears when she heard that. She clasped her hands together and thanked God sincerely. Meng's memories started when she met Shirtai. If they could find the place where she met Shirtai, they would most likely be able to find her origins. However, Meng followed Shirtai back to the chanting incense cult and never came out again. Shirtai also didn't tell her where she met Meng. Later, Shirtai was killed and Meng didn't know where she met Meng. The great master Chang'eng of the Dalan Temple wrote Poyang town's name on the list. But before they could find Poyang town, they gave up. If they didn't meet Chu Zhigao at Dragon Mountain and talk about Poyang town, they probably wouldn't have come here to take a look. Then, why don't we hurry over and find that fairy and thatched cottage? Meng was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Since we're already here, and Chu Sanfeng isn't here, the mysterious person behind us probably doesn't know where to start. Moreover, the most important thing is that when you left with Nanjing Xian that day, I came out from there alone. I have long forgotten the path I took. If I don't investigate clearly, where do you want me to find it? Yes, I understand. Meng nodded. As he spoke, the shopkeeper walked over with a jug of wine in his hand. He sat down beside Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. Have you been here before, dear guest? Forgive my poor eyesight, but I did not think of it. There's so many people coming in and out of the restaurant every day. If you remember, you have a point. Sigh. Back then, when the shopkeeper saw that an outsider from Jianghu actually remembered him from his early years, he felt rather emotional. While drinking, he bragged about his story. In fact, it was very simple. It was just that the shopkeeper was nimble and quick-witted. Thus, he won the appreciation of the old shopkeeper and betrothed his only daughter to him. While the shopkeeper was showing off, the waiter served a few secret dishes and the spicy chicken offal. Looking at the spicy chicken offal that was already in her memory, Zhang Xiaohua was very emotional even before she ate it. That was then, and this was now. In just 5 years, the vicissitudes of life had changed so much. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked curiously, "Shopkeeper, your chicken offal is obviously much lesser than before. Why is it more expensive? As a person, it's better to be more honest." Who knew that the shopkeeper didn't blush at all? He shook his head and said, "You don't know. This dish was left behind by the old shopkeeper. How would I dare to smash the signboard? It's just that in these few years, the price of pork has skyrocketed. Not to mention other things, the amount of pork that ordinary people eat has increased exponentially. The price of pork has increased? What does it have to do with chicken offal? Dear customer, if the price of pork has increased, won't the people who eat meat have to spend more money? Where will the money come from? It's nothing more than the price of rice and the price of things to buy. If these things increase, won't the price of the people who buy these things increase as well? Then, not to mention other things, won't the price of the ingredients, feed, and waiter in the other shop increase as well? Since the price of feed will increase, won't the price of the chicken offal or chicken offal in the other shop increase as well? If that's the case, won't the spicy chicken offal in front of you also increase in price? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted and speechless. He'd been wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the immortal Tao and had never imagined that the affairs of the world would be so complicated. How could a small restaurant like this contain so much knowledge? How could it reveal so many things in the world? Karma and reason. Unknowingly, the hand of karma in the heavenly Tao galaxy became a little clearer. Dear customer, dear customer. When he heard the manager's call, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have awakened from a dream. He was jolted awake from his immersion in the comprehension of karma. Come, guest. Try my spicy chicken giblets. Does it still taste the same? Although the chef has changed, the taste should still be the same. Under the shopkeeper's hospitality, Zhang Xiaohua, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, also ate 2 mouthfuls. As for the taste, please, it was all spicy. Back then, Zhang Xiaohua had drunk a few pots of tea. How could she taste it now? As for the other secret dishes, she only tasted them briefly. It was the same for Meng. After eating a little, she put down her chopsticks. She still wanted to hurry and find out about her origins. Dear customer, is it not delicious? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Meng put down their food after a few mouthfuls, the shopkeeper was very surprised. Haha, it's nothing. It tastes the same as before. It's just that I'm not hungry or thirsty. I only came in because I saw an old friend. Oh, by the way, shopkeeper, is there a mountain god temple around Poyang town? Mountain god temple? The shopkeeper was stunned and said casually, no, there isn't. I've lived here for more than 20 years. I've never heard of any mountain god temple. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously. I've been there before. It's on a mountain outside the town. Oh, I see. The shopkeeper patted his forehead and said, Dear customer, you're talking about the small temple on Python Mountain, which is more than 10 miles west of the town. That small temple has been abandoned for a long time. As for whether it's a mountain god temple or not, I don't know. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of this small temple. It's west of the town. Haha, that's great. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his bosom and took out a silver ingot. He smiled and said, The food is still the same as before. Not bad at all. The last time I came here, I only spent 50 copper coins. This time, no matter what, I cannot be stingy. When the shopkeeper saw the silver ingot, he quickly waved his hand and said, Dear customer, you don't have to be like this. I already said that it's 50% off. You only need to pay 1 silver ingot, or 50% off. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. When she was at Huanxi Manor, her monthly allowance was only 3 coins. However, now that she thought about it, perhaps her monthly allowance at Huanxi Manor would increase as well. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much. She threw the silver ingot on the table and stood up to leave. The shopkeeper quickly stood up to send her off. When they reached the entrance of the restaurant, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the street not far away. She turned her head and asked, Oh, right. I remember there's a ruffian in town called Brother Fan. I wonder if he's Brother Fan? The shopkeeper was surprised. You even remember this customer? However, that guy didn't have a good ending. 2 years ago, he blackmailed a young master. The young master's family came back to seek revenge. He was buried in the ground and skinned alive. Sigh, the heavens are fair. It's not that they don't want revenge. It's just that it's not time yet. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and leaped onto his horse. Together with Dream, they galloped towards Python Mountain, which was located in the western part of town. Poyang Town. Zhang Xiaohua met her Dream 5 years ago. She also met her second brother, who was a bodyguard. Most importantly, She found a money pouch that could store items and a jade slip that could concoct elixirs. That day, Zhang Xiaohua vaguely suspected that Jing Xian came to Poyang town for the jade slip and the money pouch. Now, he was even more certain that Shirtai came to Poyang town because she obtained the immortal records of the incense cult. However, Shirtai didn't pass the test in the refining heart cave or didn't obtain the inheritance of the incense cult. Therefore, she couldn't use her divine sense to discover the cave under the mysterious restriction and returned empty-handed. Poyang town was also the beginning of her dream story. How could Zhang Xiaohua not have a deep impression of it? Zhang Xiaohua and her dream arrived at the town within the time it took to eat a meal. Of course, it was not winter and everything in the fields had changed. Zhang Xiaohua came to Poyang town from the mountain god temple by following the footprints of martial arts masters. Most of the footprints were in the fields. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't recognize whether it was the mountain he had been to before or not. When they got close, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. Seeing the mountain god temple on the mountain was still shabby, she said with a smile, "It's really here. In my impression, it was a high mountain. Now it looks just like a big mound. Compared with lingering Fragrance Peak, it is really ugly." "Where is the mountain god temple?" Dream asked. "You have to go up the mountain and go around several peaks to see it. Alas, 5 years ago, you were still a child. It's really not easy for you to come down from the mountain." Dream sighed and said, "By the way, I remember that Master told you the way out when we left. How did you get so far away from the town?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and asked, "When Shirtai took you away, how did you get out?" "Nonsense, of course." Dream was stunned when she said this. She laughed and said, "I understand. Master took me there with Qin Gong." "You, how did you know Qin Gong at that time?" Then her eyes softened and she said, "It's hard for you, Xiaohua. You actually returned to the town from the ferry with your own strength." That's right. I, Xiaoxia, have been outstanding since childhood. Even the teacher of our Guozhuang house didn't dare to accept me. He was afraid that he would lead me astray." Haha. Dream laughed, and her gloominess disappeared. While they were talking, the two of them went up the Python Mountain. After a while, they arrived at the mountain god temple. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and slowly found the direction according to her memory. She pointed at the place where the setting sun fell and said, "Dream, over there is the place where we first met. Please vote. Please vote. Please collect. Please tip. Thank you." Chapter 1000. Since Ren Xiaoxia understands, I don't have to explain too much. Bai Yinqiu sneered. "I heard that you have a good relationship with your senior sister Zixia. If I preach the incense cult here, I'm afraid that Jingyi won't allow it. Since you've come to between the clouds and the water, I'll leave her here. You two can live here peacefully for the rest of your lives. Won't that be great?" Good plan, good plan." Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to clap her hands. All right, Ren Xiaoxia has contributed a lot to Between the Clouds and the Water. I'll definitely treat him well. If Between the Clouds and the Water can become famous in Jianghu and become the first celestial sect, half of the credit will belong to me and half to Ren Xiaoxia. When that time comes, I'll definitely. Bai Yinqiu gave her a flirtatious look. Do I still need to say it? Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body. She almost shivered on the spot. Bai Yinqiu floated in the air and came to the outside of the main hall. As expected, there was no one within 1,000 feet of the main hall. "Men, gather the troops at the Heroes' Gathering Palace. I have something important to do between the clouds and the water." Immediately, there were a few drumbeats. Many disciples, old and young, male and female, came out of nowhere and swarmed into the main hall. Before everyone arrived, Bai Yinqiu asked the disciple to lead Zhang Xiaohua out. Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciple and walked slowly out of the main hall. She turned back to look at Bai Yinqiu, who looked hesitant, and the disciples who were in a hurry. She couldn't help but smile mockingly. This matter really needs to be considered carefully, not only for Between the Clouds and the Water, but also for my Beidou school. Isn't this an opportunity? When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the abode, Meng was already waiting for her. She asked anxiously. What took you so long? What did the sect leader ask about? When are we going back? Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let Meng worry. He only smiled and said, It's nothing. This so-called sect leader, Bai, is very interested in our fragrant cult. He even inquires about our senior martial sisters and the cult leader's daily routines. You can think about it, but how would I know? But I was also afraid that she would come and disturb you, so I made up some nonsense. She was so confused that she thought highly of me. She even said that she wanted me to be a guardian disciple of their Shueyan club. How can I do that? After trying to shirk responsibility for a long time, sect leader Bai sighed. He had just given him a banquet and wanted him to drink wine. Ha! His dream was here, and so was his heart. How could he be in a mood to drink wine? I'll come back as soon as possible. Meng burst out laughing. She had long forgotten her previous worries. She pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and laughed. You are so charming. Nietzsche Yu from Rejuvenation Valley is still thinking about you. Zhang Pinger from Distant Fire Temple. Haha, I heard that she is even colder than before. She doesn't speak much to the male disciples. Why did this Bai Zhang Min want you so much the moment he saw you? Why did he give you the guardian disciple position so eagerly? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, I am not talented. My appearance is better than Pan An's. Ha ha. Meng seemed to see a flower on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Xiaohua laughed so hard that she almost bent over. I heard that the immortal cultivator who attacked Rejuvenation Valley was very handsome. If that immortal cultivator is you, I could say the same thing. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. Anything is possible. I'm dying of laughter. If you are that handsome immortal cultivator, I might be the founder of Fragrance Sect. Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see Meng laughing so hard. She chatted with her for a long time before they went to rest. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in a quiet room and checked her meridians. Although Bai Yinqiu used the immortal cultivation technique to hit Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints, he was reluctant to use the vital energy in his own meridians. Instead, he used his internal energy to simulate vital energy. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only used the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to open one of her acupoints. However, Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that Bai Yinqiu would find out the next day. Therefore, she immediately stopped the Heart Sutra and kept the other acupoints in a sealed state. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up the next day, she found that all the acupoints in her body had been opened by themselves. She could only smile bitterly and prepare to adapt. The next day, the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water did not disturb them. They only served them fruits, vegetables, wine, and other food. Meng Bai had him and Zhang Xiaohua by his side, so he did not ask any questions. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go out and see what Bai Yinqiu was doing. However, she was afraid that there was a powerful restriction between the clouds and the water, or that Bai Yinqiu had some secret supernatural power. Therefore, she suppressed her anxiety and found some excuses to use the bewitching pointers on the disciples who served her. She got some information from them about Between the Clouds and the Water. For 3 days, there seemed to be some big movement between the clouds and the water. Bai Yinqiu completely forgot about Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. He was busy appointing and dispatching people. As for what he was busy with, the status of the disciples was limited, so their knowledge was limited. Meng was also anxious. While nagging Zhang Xiaohua, she also urged the disciples. Those disciples only smiled and did not say a word. Meng did not know how to deal with them, so she could only look for trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhang Xiaohua found out from the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water that most of the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water had left the island. Bai Yinqiu also left the island in the early morning of that day. As for where he went, he still did not know. After waking the disciple, Zhang Xiaohua secretly pondered. Needless to say, Bai Yinqiu must have 2 plans now. One was to return to the Jianghu, and the other was to do what Wan Wuxin said. However, she did not hear what Wan Wuxin said. He only leaked some information in front of her. As for when and where, she did not know. However, according to what Bai Yinqiu said, even if she waited here for a lifetime, it might not happen. Therefore, what Bai Yinqiu wanted to do this time should be to return to the Jianghu between the clouds and the water. Hee, this bastard actually wants to turn I into a white-bearded Zhang Xiaohua. How despicable. If I don't cause trouble between the clouds and the water, how can I be worthy of this bastard sealing eyes acupoints? However, Zhang Xiaohua was immediately depressed. Along the way in from outside between the clouds and the water, he could see clearly that without the guidance of the disciples between the clouds and the water, he would not be able to get out easily. If he wanted to get out, he would have to take Meng with him and use the power of flight. However, seeing the thick smoke above the giant island, Zhang Xiaohua was almost certain that the smoke was caused by the formation. Whether the power of flight could get him out was still a problem. Forget it. Let's not think too much about it first. Let's destroy between the clouds and the water first. Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he heard Meng shouting, "Xiaohua, where are you?" "Here. I'm talking to this junior brother between the clouds and the water." Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile. "Xiaohua, it's been 3 days. The time to get back to the fragrant religion is extremely tight. Why don't you hurry to find that by Zhang Min, Liang Sangxiu, or Li Su? Didn't you say that they wouldn't touch us even if they had 10 times the courage? Why is it that now? I think they've already set their sights on us." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've already told that disciple to go back and see Bai Zhangmin immediately. I'll let him tell Bai Zhangmin that if she still wants to make a living in Jianghu, he should quickly send us out of this place. Otherwise, the fragrant religion, the Dalan Temple, and the Tenryu sect will immediately unite and destroy between the clouds and the water once they get the news." Meng covered her mouth and said, "Xiaohua, if you say that, wouldn't their first thought be to kill us to silence us?" Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright and said, "Isn't that so? Meng, you're really smart. I didn't think of that." Then he muttered, "But this is good too. We can't live together, but we can die together." Bah! Meng's face turned red and she spat. "You're really not serious. Hurry up and catch up with that disciple." "Yes, I'll go now." Zhang Xiaohua solemnly stood up and ran out of the room. "Be careful." Meng's concerned words chased after Zhang Xiaohua's buttocks. Zhang Xiaohua didn't leave the abode, and he went underground. When he came out, he changed his face and looked like the handsome immortal cultivator. He hid his body and floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense openly. There was a faint white fog in the air above the giant island. It was thicker than the daytime. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was bounced back when it came in contact with the white fog. He couldn't leave the island. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, he couldn't use the flying technique to leave the island. Moreover, the giant island was surrounded by a pool with restrictions. Zhang Xiaohua only knew how to use the earth and fire escape techniques. He had only heard of the water escape technique. How could he escape from the water? "It seems like I have to break the restriction in the sky." Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment before he released his divine sense to examine the origin of the smoke. Who knew that after looking at it for a long time, he only felt that the smoke was seamless without any flaws. Zhang Xiaohua also couldn't see what kind of array this smoke was, so he couldn't help but scratch his head a little. At this moment, in the distant lights, there was a faint sound of clappers. It seemed to be the sound of a night watch. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. He pinched a spell and went to the light. The light came from the main hall where Bai Yinqiu asked Zhang Xiaohua about the matter. There were many rooms and pavilions behind it. There was a large patch of darkness in the brightly lit area. It was a palace with carved beams and painted pillars. However, there were very few rooms with lights. According to Zhang Xiaohua's guess, this must be Bai Yinqiu's residence. If he wanted to find out the secret of the fog array, he would have to start from Bai Yinqiu's residence. Please vote for me. Please add me. Please tip me. Thank you. Chapter 1001. Jingyi smiled, but didn't say anything. Taking the Misty School into the incense cult and releasing the Misty School into the incense cult was all planned by her. She had always been in control and never revealed anything to her juniors. Firstly, this matter involved a lot of people. If it was leaked, it wouldn't be a surprise attack. Secondly, this matter was related to the opening of the incense cult's formation. There was still a long time before the incense cult would leave Jianghu, so it would be useless to say anything earlier. Now that she heard her juniors praise her, even though she was the cult leader, she could tell that Jing Fan's praise came from the bottom of her heart. How could she not smile? This subordinate has just learned of cult leaders' actions. Please don't blame me for making wild guesses. Junior sister Jing Fan, please speak. I think everyone has doubts in their hearts. Let's not talk about it now and listen to your opinions. Actually, this subordinate thinks that cult leaders' actions are the best for both public and private reasons. As Hall Leader Yang said, she wants to lead the Misty School in Shirshine Peak, but is powerless. Furthermore, the Misty School is in an awkward position and doesn't fit in with the incense cult's outer sect. It can't be pacified without decades. Moreover, the old, weak, sick, and disabled of the Misty School, they're younger than us, but their tempers are much worse than ours. If we kill them all, Hall Leader Yang will fight us to the death. It's better for everyone if cult leader lets go like this. Secondly, the Misty School is one of the major sects of the Immortal Path. It has existed together with the Incense Cult and the Shindao sect since ancient times. The Shindao sect has already perished, and the Misty School is also declining. If we can rebuild the Misty School, it will be like a phoenix rising from the ashes and rising from the ashes. Cult leaders' actions are not only upholding the orthodoxy of the Immortal Path, but also fulfilling the obligations of the Immortal Path. If the Misty School perishes, even if it is merged into the Incense Cult, 2 of the 3 sects of the Immortal Path will be gone. I'm afraid it won't sound good. Moreover, among the 3 sects of the Immortal Tao, if our Incense Cult is isolated in Jianghu, we won't be able to balance ourselves against the Dalan Temple and the Tenryu sect. We'll only be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, ever since the Alliance of the Righteous Path emerged from the Path of Immortals, they have always considered themselves as a super sect in the Jianghu. They have always wanted to surpass our Incense sect and have a place in the Path of Immortals. During the attack on the Misty School, they acted in secret and killed 2 of the 6 Misty Tigers without permission. They tore apart the relationship between our Incense sect and the Dalan Temple and the Misty School, causing our Incense sect to be in a passive position. We had no choice but to do things and decisions that our Lord Hierarch did not want to do. Moreover, the Alliance of the Righteous Tao had been developing rapidly in the past few years. They had occupied the Misty Peak and were about to surpass the Dalan Temple. Although there was no news of them joining the Immortal Tao, it would not be difficult for them to gain a place in the Immortal Tao in the future. If Lord Sect Leader releases the Misty School and rebuilds it, it would be the heaviest blow to the Righteous Alliance. Sister Jing Fan's analysis is very reasonable. Is there anything else? That's all I can think of. Perhaps Lord Sect Leader has other ideas. What about everyone else? Is there anything else you want to add? Abbess Jing looked at the people around her with interest. Lord Sect Leader, this disciple has something to say. Peacock smiled. Speak freely. Yes, Lord Sect Leader. Peacock said, since ancient times, there has always been a tripartite balance. Only the tripartite balance can be maintained. Although the Incense sect, the Dalan Temple, the Tenryu sect, and the Alliance of the Righteous Tao exist, the Tenryu sect is above the rest. The Alliance of the Righteous Tao is a martial arts sect. Only the Incense sect and the Dalan Temple are immortal Tao heritages. Although our 2 sects have some ties, as Master said, the Dalan Temple and the Incense sect share the same origins. There may be other conflicts, and the Alliance of the Righteous Tao is one of the legs. However, the Alliance of the Righteous Tao is too ambitious and only covets the resources of the Immortal Tao. Therefore, although the Misty School has long been in decline, it has always been under the protection of the Incense sect and the Dalan Temple. I believe the Dalan Temple has the same intentions as the Incense sect. During the Battle of the Misty School, the Incense sect and the Dalan Temple suffered a setback from the Alliance of the Righteous Tao. They had no choice but to swallow the bitter pill and cut off one of their legs. This time, The rebuilding of the Misty School will bring the order of the Jianghu back to its previous stable path, killing many birds with one stone. Abbess Jing nodded. Peacock is becoming more mature. This analysis has been raised to the level of survival in the Jianghu. It's very good. I can rest assured that the incense sect will be handed over to you in the future. This disciple wouldn't dare. It's just a wild guess. Peacock said humbly. Actually, the most important thing is that the destruction of the Misty School was not our intention. It was only because of Zhang San from the Alliance of the Righteous Tao that we had no choice but to continue. That's why we had already planned to do so when we were at Misty Peak. Everything that happened in the future was just a matter of taking advantage of the situation. Now that the incense sect can return to the Jianghu, this wish must be fulfilled in advance. Otherwise, won't Ruping blame us for the rest of her life? Master, Yang Ruping was almost in tears. All right, Oyen, you've been listening for a long time. You should have understood much of what Elder Jing Fan and Peacock said. Do you still blame us in your heart? Other than Abbess Shuezhen, who remained silent, everyone else was stunned. Zhang Xiaohu even turned his head in astonishment. Sure enough, outside Mo Xin's palace, a thin and weak-looking woman walked in. It was Oyen, who had just recovered from her illness. Oyen looked much better than when Zhang Xiaohua saw her. However, her face was still pale. It was unknown whether it was because the incense sect members had brought up the past, or because she was still sick. Oyen walked into Mo Xin's palace and stood in the main hall. She raised her head and looked at everyone coldly. Even Zhang Xiaohu, an old acquaintance, did not say anything. Yang Ruping, needless to say, was like a stranger. Then Oyen bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Abbess." Abbess Jing, he was silent for a moment. She waved her hand and said, "Sit down." "I don't dare. How can there be a seat for me in the incense sect?" Oyen shook her head slightly. "You little girl." Abbess Jing, he smiled bitterly. "Just now, I asked others to make it clear that Peng's death was caused by Zhang San from the Righteous Alliance. Changsheng and I were only kidnapped. The Righteous Alliance is the real culprit behind the destruction of the Misty School. If you want to give face to others, you should go to the Righteous Peak. Moreover, little girl, I'm the leader of the sect. You should be grateful that I'm giving you face." Yes, Shurtai's words are very reasonable. However, I'm only a woman with the strength to truss a chicken. I can't wield a saber or a sword, so I can only use this expression to express my preferences. I only hate that I'm not at the Righteous Peak. Otherwise, with just my gaze, I would have pierced 70, 80 holes in that Zhang San. Haha. Abbess Jing, he clapped her hands and laughed. However, although Abbess's words are reasonable, but what is done, whether intentional or not. As long as there is a cause, there will be an effect. No matter how Abbess explains, my brother can't be resurrected. Yang, my sister-in-law, can't live happily for the rest of her life. Ah. Yang Ruping almost couldn't believe her ears when she heard Yin call her sister-in-law. In this world, besides Peng, only Yin was related to her by blood. Over the past few years, Yin had treated her as a passerby, which made her very sad. Now that she heard Yin call her sister-in-law, she felt that her persistence and strength over the past few years had not been in vain. Hearing Yang Ruping's cry, Yin turned her head and said indifferently, "Sister-in-law, I heard what you said outside the hall just now. I also know that you've been wrong these years. Although there are too many twists and turns in this matter, these years in the Shurxin Peak have made me temporarily think things through. I'll call you sister-in-law in the future, but it doesn't mean that I forgive you. I know. Yang Ruping said hurriedly, "You don't need to say more. I know what I'm doing. To be able to hear you call me sister-in-law in this life is already worthy of your brother's trust." Zhang Xiaohu sighed at the side, while Gao Kunheng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. At this time, Abbess Jing, he asked again, "Yin, I'll let the Misty School people out to reunite in the Misty Peak and rebuild the Misty School. What do you think?" "It's all Abbess's arrangement. I have no objections," Yin said calmly. "However, in this, I still need your help. Are you willing?" Abbess Jing, he said enigmatically. Me? Not only O Yin, but everyone else in the hall was surprised. What can I do? O Yin shook her head slightly. Could it be that Abbess wants me to be the leader of some misty school? Gao Kunheng covered his mouth. His heart skipped a beat, and his face turned ashen. Of course, O Yin was the rightful leader. How is that possible? Abbess Jing ignored O Yan's sneer and said, You don't have any martial arts skills. Although you have experience in managing Huanxi Manor, you're still too weak to lead a group of heroes. I would rather choose Ru Pingminyu. But wouldn't it be easier to control the Misty School? O Yin sneered. Hee, you're right, little girl. Of course, my fragrance order wants to control the Misty School, but we also want to control the people of Jianghu to be convinced. If I let you be the leader of the Misty School, wouldn't it be a big loss of face for my fragrance order? Hee, O Yin sneered. Abbess, you're afraid that I'm too popular. There will be too many old members of the Misty School in the future, and it'll be difficult to control them. Ha ha. Abbess Jing laughed. The Misty School is a declining sect. It's nothing in my eyes. Oh Yin, you're just a frog in a well. I don't have the strength to truss up a chicken. Abbess, you're right. You little girl, you're stubborn. Abbess Jing smiled bitterly. All right, I heard that you were seriously ill some time ago. Have you recovered? Thank you for sending the godly doctor to treat me. I'm much better now. That's good. I was worried about your health a few days ago. You're fine now. It didn't affect my plans. Abbess Jing said bluntly. I wouldn't dare. I'm flattered that you think so highly of me. Then you don't want to see Openg's Misty School rebuilt. Please vote monthly. Please vote recommendation. Please collect. Please tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to vote. Chapter 1002. That's not the case. It's just that, what's the difference between an ethereal sect that's not a disciple of the ethereal sect and an ethereal hall that's a disciple of the ethereal sect? Haha, these are all my considerations. Do you think you have the power to control them? Nun Jing sneered. I'll ask you one more time. If you don't want to rebuild the Misty School, then pretend that I didn't call you here today. Oyan's ambition was higher than the sky, but her life was still as fragile as paper. Now that she was under someone else's roof, how could she not lower her head? Oyan thought for a moment and nodded. If you insist on rebuilding, I'll help you. Good. Nun Jing clapped her hands and said, You're indeed Openg's sister. You're able to pick up and let go. You're not inferior to men. Nun, I'm flattered. Please continue. Okay, wait a moment. Nun Jing waved her hand again and said, Where's Ming Qing? I'm here. Ming Qing shouted and came in from outside the hall. He bowed and said, Greetings, sect leader. Good. Have you completed the task I gave you? Sect leader, the time was too short. The disciples of Wuming Hall have some foundation in martial arts, but they're still a little far from what you said. I failed you. It's okay. I didn't expect the sect-protecting formation to be opened at this time. The time I gave you was the time for the next restriction formation to loosen. It's not your fault. Now, according to what you said, as long as we secretly attack Misty Peak, there shouldn't be a big problem. Everyone was shocked once again. At this moment, they finally understood that releasing the Misty Sect had been a plan all along. Yes, sect leader, you're right. I don't think there's any problem. Okay then, I'll appoint you as the deputy sect leader of the Misty School. Send all the disciples of Dragon Creek Valley to the Misty School, and you'll be in charge. Yes, I understand. Ming Qing was obviously confused by Nun Jingyi's words, but he didn't dare to question it. He only bowed and obeyed. You're the vice faction leader, so you need to listen to the faction leader of the Misty School. I've ordered you to focus on the matters of the Misty School. I understand. All right, you may leave. Prepare for the next few days. In 3 days, gather all the disciples of the Misty School you belong to at the Jinghai Lakeside. Your disciple obeys. Ming Qing didn't say much. He turned and left. With this Wuming Hall disciple as a disciple of the Misty School. Oh Yin, do you think we can take down the Misty Mountain Villa? That's natural. The outer sect disciples of the fragrant cult are famous all over the world. How could they not take down the Misty Mountain Villa? Yin emphasized the words, outer sect disciples of the fragrant cult. Haha, there are no early birds in the world. If there are no benefits, how can our school send an outer sect disciple to join your Misty School? Nanjing, you didn't mind at all. I'm only letting you see because I want to make it clear to you. If you want to rebuild the Misty School, the first thing you need to do is to rely on my incense cult. Of course, you have to rely on me secretly. What's the difference between that and not building it? Of course, there's an absolute difference. Nanjing, he said. If we don't rebuild it, in 10 years, not only will the Jianghu forget about the Misty School, but even the disciples of the Misty School will forget about it. Moreover, if we don't rebuild it now, I'm afraid there won't be any reasonable excuse to rebuild it in the future. Of course, only when the Misty School is rebuilt will it be the Misty School. If it's in the Shishine Peak, it will always be the Misty Hall. Yin was silent. Nanjing, he was absolutely right. Although the Misty Hall and the Misty School were only one word apart, there was an essential difference. Moreover, the Shishine Peak and the Misty Peak were completely different. How could Yin resist such a temptation? All right, the little girl should have agreed to the first condition. Let's talk about the second condition. Nanjing, he narrowed her eyes. I'm sure you know why my incense cult is participating in the Righteous Alliance's plan to attack the Misty School. When Yin heard this, her heart thumped wildly. Of course, she didn't know this in the past, but after meeting Zhang Xiaohua, she knew everything clearly. However, her expression was still indifferent. This little girl has already told Abbas countless times. Abbas has also sent people to search countless times. There's only one answer, and that is this little girl doesn't know. Well, perhaps you really don't know. Otherwise, you would have given yourself away in the past few years. Moreover, I may have a way to extort a confession. Once I use it, you may be able to keep your life, but even an idiot won't be able to escape. How can I destroy a flower so ruthlessly? However, even if you don't know now, you'll know in the future. So let's talk about it now. Please speak, Nun. It's very simple. My incense cult doesn't necessarily have the item that belongs to the Misty School. However, when my incense cult needs it, your Misty School must take it out at any time and cooperate with my incense cult. Ah, that's simple? Yin asked curiously. Yes, it's that simple. Nanjing said without hesitation. Your Misty School has been destroyed for so long, and there's still no trace of that item. It seems that if your Misty School doesn't have it in its hands, my incense cult won't be able to get it. Yin nodded. Although I don't know what it is, I promise that as long as my Misty School participates in this matter, we'll also benefit. My Misty School will definitely cooperate with your incense cult. Good. Nanjing, he clapped her hands again. As for the last condition, I'm sure the little girl will agree to it. I'll congratulate you first. That's not necessarily true. Please enlighten me, Nun. Otherwise, I don't know where my happiness comes from. Hee. I really want to be a matchmaker for once. I'll pull a red string for you and arrange a marriage for you. Eh? Yin couldn't help but ask in surprise. Nun, what do you mean? Nanjing, he smiled. Your sister-in-law isn't willing to be the leader of the Misty School, and you don't have the ability to be the leader of the Misty School. So, I'll naturally choose a leader of the Misty School. But he's not the rightful leader of the Misty School. How can he become the leader? If you marry this person, then you'll have the best reason. Not to mention Yin. Even everyone was extremely shocked. Yes, only Gao Kunheng was shocked, but at the same time, he was also extremely happy. It was as if he had eaten a grass return pill. The tens of thousands of pores on his body opened up, and it was extremely tight. He only wanted to rush forward, hug the leader's thigh, and call her mother. Not only did she give him the position of leader, but she also gave him a lovely wife. If she wasn't related by blood, then what was she? Moreover, although Yin was thin, she had the foundation of a beauty. She also had the gentleness and determination that the female disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak couldn't compare to. Gao Kunheng's soul had long been stolen away by her. Everyone else, including Peacock, also looked at Gao Kunheng. Although Gao Kunheng was also handsome, they all had the same thought in their minds. All the good food has been eaten by the pigs. But they didn't know what to do. How can this be? Oyen looked at Gao Kunheng. Her face was also slightly red. She said anxiously, "Leader, you can settle this with just a word. Why do you want me to humiliate myself like this?" Of course, I can settle everything in spreading fragrance cult with just a word. But I can't cover the mouths of the people in Jianghu. If you want the Misty School to leave spreading fragrance cult in a clean and steady way, you still have to make this choice. Then, Nanjing looked again and said curiously, "Besides, Zhang Xiaohu is also very handsome. He's even younger than you by a few years. How can you humiliate yourself like this? I thought this was a marriage bestowed by the heavens." But he what? Zhang Xiaohu? No. Oyen was about to refuse when she suddenly realized something. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu with even more astonishment. She didn't know what to say. What? When Gao Kunheng heard this, he immediately fell from the highest heavens. His face was pale, and his mouth was filled with bitterness. He knew that Aunt Qin didn't come, but he didn't expect that he would completely forget about Zhang Xiaohu, who was a generation younger than him. Seeing Gao Kunheng like this, Nanjing smiled. "Oyen, you don't tell me you want Gao Kunheng to be the leader of Misty School? Gao Kunheng, your disciple is here. I'll appoint you as the deputy leader of Misty School. You'll assist Zhang Xiaohu in managing all the chores in the sect. Do you understand? Your disciple understands." Gao Kunheng's lips trembled for a long time before he finally spoke. He looked extremely dejected. It was far from the ecstasy he had hoped for when he was appointed as the deputy leader of Misty School. As the saying went, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. If Nanjing had announced Gao Kunheng as the deputy leader of Misty School, wouldn't he have gone crazy with joy? Didn't he work so hard in Ethereal Hall because he wanted to make a name for himself? Once he left Incense Cult and arrived at Ethereal Peak, he would be second only to one person, and above all, he would be free and unfettered. Leaving his name in the martial world was his dream. However, he had been kept in suspense by Nanjing. First, it was the position of leader. Now it was Oyen. He had already planned his future. Of course, the contrast in his heart was too great. Gao Kunheng, you don't seem happy." Nanjing frowned. "No, your disciple is too happy." Gao Kunheng hurriedly covered it up. "Thank you for your kindness. All right. You should go and inform Deputy Hall Chief Qin of Ethereal Hall. Also, pass down our order. Aunt Qin is also the deputy leader of Misty School. The two of you should take care of everything in the Shishine Peak and gather at the Calm Sea Lake in 3 days. Now that the news of the Fragrant Religion opening has not spread, it is a good opportunity for you to go out. No one will know. If you wait a few days, it will be troublesome. Yes, your disciple will go back now." Gao Kunheng bowed. He looked to the side and asked tentatively, "What about Hall Chief Yang and Sect Leader Zhang? From today onwards, Hall Chief Yang is no longer the Hall Chief of Ethereal Hall. She will return to Lingering Fragrance Peak as a disciple of Mo Xian Hall. Sect Leader Zhang? Haha, you don't seem to be ready yet." Gao Kunheng looked. Of course, Zhang Xiaohu was standing there with his mouth agape. Gao Kunheng didn't know what he was thinking. Therefore, Gao Kunheng cursed in his heart. This thing that stepped on dog shit. Why didn't I step on it when I went out? Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Please tip me. Chapter 1003. After Gao Kunheng left, Zhang Xiaohu still hadn't come to his senses. This was really inconceivable. Although he wanted to be the leader, everything he did was to lay the foundation for the future. He never thought that he would be promoted to such a high position by Nanjing. "Zhang Xiaohu, are you so happy that you've lost your mind?" Shen frowned. Zhang Xiaohu came to his senses and immediately stood up. "Leader, this is unacceptable. I'm incompetent. How can I be the leader of the Misty School? I know that your martial arts are too inferior. Even the three beauties of Misty School are not among them. Your seniority is too low. Above you are Wenwen Hai, Xueqing, Lu Yuiming, and above you are Li Jian, Hu Yuni, and Lu Qingyang. You are not legitimate. Although you are a direct disciple, the chief disciple of the Misty School is Zhang Changyue, not Wenwen Hai. Even the little brat Tian Tian, who has been training by Hu Yuni's side, is Zhang Qingyue's disciple. He is more legitimate than you. Zhang Xiaohu was sweating profusely. He nodded and said, "That's right. I asked Jiaozhu to take back your order." "Do you think I've been planning for so long?" "Abbess Jing," he scolded. "This sect has already bestowed upon you the plain expanse heart sutra and 3 plain expanse pellets. However, looking at your martial arts cultivation, your aptitude is really lacking. You should work harder in the future." "Yes, you're right." Zhang Xiaohu wiped his sweat and secretly praised Zhang Xiaohua. "As long as you practice the Suhuan Heart Sutra, you will soon succeed. Martial arts no longer exist. Besides, as long as you marry Yin, your status will change. Who else is more qualified than you to be the leader of the Misty School? Even if your martial arts are not good, who can say no? Besides, even though I can't cover the entire Jianghu with just one sentence from the incense cult's cult master, I can still make you a sect master in the Misty School. That should still be possible." "But," Zhang Xiaohu argued, "I'm Wenwen Hai's disciple, and I'm also the grand disciple of sect leader O Peng. Compared to Miss Ouyang, I'm more than 1 generation lower." "Nonsense, do you think I don't know? Don't forget that you're a disciple of the Shirtai of Chuanxiang cult. In terms of seniority, you're in the same generation as Ru Ping, which means you're in the same generation as O Peng. Why can't you marry Yin?" "Ah." Zhang Xiaohu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that being a disciple of the Shirtai would have such a meaning. "How is it?" "Zhang Xiaohu, I've already paved the way for you. You just need to marry Yin into the Zhang family and be a good groom, and be a sect master." After that, Nanjing ignored Zhang Xiaohu and turned to ask, "Yin, what do you think of my cult arrangement?" Yin thought that Nanjing was talking about Gao Kunheng. He was a disciple of the incense cult, so he would resist whatever she said. As for Zhang Xiao, even though he was a country bumpkin whom she had looked down on previously, it could be said that there was some fate between them. Through her recommendation, he entered Ethereal Sect, even though his seniority was much lower than hers. But in terms of age, they were about the same, so they could be considered to be a match made in heaven. Furthermore, the two of them had Zhang Xiaohua as an acquaintance, so they knew each other very well. Moreover, Oyin already had a plan in mind. Zhang Xiaohua was mysterious and had saved her life many years ago. Now, he was even more powerful. He could easily cure an illness that even the miracle doctor at Lingering Fragrance Peak couldn't cure. According to Elder Yu, Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were unfathomable. As long as she married Zhang Xiaohu, Zhang Xiaohua would be bound to the Misty School's worship. If they fell out with the incense cult in the future, the Misty School wouldn't be afraid of anything. At least they had the capital to be unyielding. After thinking about it, Oyin blushed and looked at Zhang Xiaohu in a different light. Good. Nanjing, he was very sensitive and saw the change in Oyan's expression. She clapped her hands and said, "Since Miss O has agreed to these 3 things, then the sect." But at this moment, Zhang Xiaohu said, "Sect leader, I have some objections." These words were very soft and not unusually resolute. Oyin frowned slightly, and her expression changed. "What?" "Zhang Xiaohu, what do you want to say?" Nanjing said unhappily, "The sect promoted you from an ordinary disciple to the chief disciple of the Misty Hall. Now, I've promoted you to the leader of the Misty School. What else are you dissatisfied with?" "No," Zhang Xiaohu explained. "There's nothing wrong with it. A real man has to make a decision and give up. If you can't do something with an indomitable spirit, even if you have a lovely girl, you won't be famous in Jianghu. In the end, who will remember you? A disciple of the Misty School? Besides, the sect has already made it clear to you. If it weren't for the sect leader, you could only hide behind others. How could you have a chance to covet the position of the Misty School's leader? For you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You have to think it over. Also, didn't you join the Misty School to do something great in Jianghu? Now, Gao Kunheng is in charge of the Misty School's chores, and Ming Qing is in charge of the external affairs of the Misty School. You only need to coordinate the disciples of the Misty School and the Misty School, and you can make the Misty School flourish. You've fulfilled sect leader O's last wish and washed away the shame of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu, aren't you tempted by such a gratifying thing? Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. Nun Jingyi's words hit the nail on the head. In a man's heart, he only needed to nod his head, and he could get something that he couldn't get in his life. How could he not be tempted? But Zhang Xiaohu immediately thought of Chang'e, and even Chen Shun, but could he nod his head? Could he easily bow his head? Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's hesitation, Nun Jingyi said, "The sect leader convinces people with virtue. In this case, Chang'e, come out." Ah, Chang'e? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu turned his head and looked for her. He remembered that when Nun Jingyi found him at Shixin Peak, he was still with Chang'e. He didn't hear that she was going to come over. Chang'e didn't come in from outside the palace. Instead, she came out from a jade screen behind Nun Jingyi. She should have heard everything here. Looking at her face, Xiao Tianze couldn't tell what kind of expression she had. She was neither happy nor angry, but her face was as gloomy as water. "Chang'e, when did you come?" Why didn't I know?" Zhang Xiaohu said with a little guilty conscience. When Oyin saw Chang'e come in, she couldn't help frowning. She had always been in Huanxi Villa behind Shixin Peak and didn't know much about Misty Hall. How could she know about Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e? She only saw Chang'e in the convoy going south, so she still remembered her. But at this time, seeing Chang'e come in and hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, how could she not know what had happened? "How is it, Chang'e? I've told you before, men, when faced with a choice between a gang and a relationship, will always choose the gang." Although Zhang Xiaohu hasn't said it out loud, I believe that even if he was given another 10,000 chances to choose, he will definitely choose Oyin, not you. Moreover, Chang'e, don't forget that Zhang Xiaohu chose Oyin, which means he chose to lead you and shoulder the burden of rebuilding the Misty School. This is the expectation of all the disciples of the Misty School. Why have you been restless in Shixin Peak for several years? Isn't it just to go back to Misty Peak? Now, as long as you let go gently, everything will come true. Letting go may be the happiest choice for Zhang Xiaohu. Chang'e looked at Zhang Xiaohu and then at Oyin. Her face was filled with grief, and 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes. She wiped her eyes, sniffed her nose, and forced a smile. "Sect leader, you are mistaken. Didn't I say before? The relationship between Zhang Xiaohu and I is pure senior sister and junior brother. You have to force me to intervene. Won't you spoil the good mood of Miss O and sect leader Zhang?" "Haha, very good." Jingyi Nun nodded and said, "It's not that I'm being unreasonable, but Zhang Xiaohu's matter is unusual. If he marries Oyin, he can't change his mind in the future. Otherwise, I can't explain it to Ruping, and the Misty School can't explain it to the whole Jianghu. So, I have no choice. Sect leader, don't think too much. I'm just an ordinary woman. I can't compare with Miss O's precious body. Sect leader, you should worry more about them. I'll leave now," Chang'e said very indifferently. She tried her best to plan for Zhang Xiaohu. She wanted her beloved to have a great career, and also to let her face be proud and have someone to rely on for the rest of her life. But she didn't expect that everything she had was taken away by a few words. All her efforts were in vain. What disappointed her most was that although her beloved Zhang Xiaohu didn't say the last words, how could she not understand? She lost her beloved. She lost everything in the future. But even though Chang'e resented fate, she couldn't bring herself to resent Zhang Xiaohu. Jingyi Nun's conditions were too shocking. As a disciple of the Misty School, she almost had to raise both hands and feet in agreement. But she had long since accepted it in her heart. She still had to make a final struggle, a meaningless struggle. She wanted to hear it with her own ears and see her beloved's choice with her own eyes. Perhaps a moment of evasiveness or a pretense of modesty could give her temporary comfort. But when she got closer, Chang'e realized the cruelty of this choice. Chang'e couldn't hold back her tears. She finally endured the heart-wrenching pain and chose to leave. Leave Zhang Xiaohu, leave Mo Xingong, leave. Where to leave? She didn't have a goal in mind. She just wanted to leave, simply leave, as far away as possible. Watching Chang'e's silhouette walk further and further away, the more lonely it seemed. Everyone's mood was different. Just as Chang'e was about to walk out of the palace gate, two voices rang out at the same time. Chang'e, wait for me. Chang'e, wait for me. Chang'e looked back blankly. It was Yin and Zhang Xiaohu who spoke at the same time. Chapter 1004. Although he was surprised that Yin also spoke, Zhang Xiaohu did not wait for Yin to speak. He quickly walked to Chang'e's side, raised his hand, and grabbed Chang'e's hand. Unexpectedly, Chang'e shook off his hand with force. Zhang Xiaohu reached out and grabbed her again. Chang'e used force and shook off his hand again. Zhang Xiaohu reached out and grabbed her again. They shook off each other more than 10 times in a row. In the end, Chang'e could not bear it anymore. She turned around and threw herself into Zhang Xiaohu's arms. Tears gushed out of her eyes, and she choked with sobs and said, Xiao, I know I should congratulate you. This is yours, mine, and the wish of thousands of Misty School's disciples. But I can't help but feel heartache. My heart seems to be easily torn apart. Leader, she doesn't want me to disturb you, but I can't help but think of you, think of your kindness to me, and think of everything about you. I really can't bear to part with you. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes were also red, but they flashed with determination. He smiled, stroked Chang'e's long hair in his arms, and said, Don't worry, Chang'e. We will never be separated, no matter in the past, present, or future. Chang'e knew that he was comforting her, so she held Zhang Xiaohu's hair tighter. She just wanted to keep him for a while longer. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohu turned around and said, Leader, I've already made my choice. I have seen it. Are you sure? Master Jing, he was slightly angry. Yes, leader. I'm just a country bumpkin who occasionally had the opportunity to enter Misty School. Although I didn't stay in Misty School for a long time, I met Chang'e in this short period of time. After having Chang'e, my life was completely colorful. No matter whether it was happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy, Chang'e accompanied me. She has become an indispensable part of my life. Without her, my life would definitely be incomplete. Without Chang'e, I wouldn't be Zhang Xiaohu. Later, Zhang Xiaohu said to Yin with a smile, This disciple was able to enter the Misty School because of Miss O's recommendation. I have nothing to repay her. Now, I have failed to live up to Miss O's expectations and shirked the heavy responsibility of entering the Misty School. However, Chang'e and I are of the same mind. No matter how difficult it is, we will go through it hand in hand, so I hope Miss O can forgive me. Hearing this, Yin smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohu, treat Chang'e well. You don't blame me for recommending you in the early years. Then, he turned to Nun Jing Yi and said, Nun, I can only agree to the first 2 of your 3 conditions. As for the 3rd condition, I'm sure you've seen it for yourself. I'm not the only one who doesn't agree to it. Even the chief disciple of my Misty School doesn't agree to it. Ha ha ha. Nun Jingyi was so angry that she laughed and scolded. You little brats, you don't know the power of my incense cult's rules. What is the 2nd rule of my incense cult? No disciple in the entire incense cult's 19 peaks can go against my cult. How dare you not listen to my orders? How bold! None. Yang Ruping was shocked and said, None, don't be angry. Why don't you persuade Zhang Xiaohu and Yin or think of other ways? My cult's decree has already been issued. In 3 days, the army will leave Dinchi Lake. How can it be changed? Nun Jing, he smiled grimly and said, Unless these people die in the hall today, my cult will have room to maneuver. Zhang Xiaohu, Yin, Chang'e, Yang Ruping shouted anxiously. You wait, don't you want to live? Why don't you quickly apologize to the cult leader? Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'm just struggling at death's door. I don't care about my life. It's just a matter of time. Master Yang, as long as you're with Chang'e, even if you die, what is there to be afraid of? Chang'e looked up at Zhang Xiaohu with admiration. She only held his arm tighter and said no more. Haha, killing you is just a piece of cake. Master, please be merciful. Misty Hall only has these few outstanding disciples. Moreover, my late husband only has this one sister. Please be merciful. Yang Ruping almost fell to the ground. Cult leader, do you have to do this? Just change to someone else. Chen Shun pouted as if she was thinking of her life and death parting with someone. Peacock also said, cult leader, in my opinion. Why don't both sides take half a step back? After all, the feelings between these two people are also sincere. Abbas Jing, he could ignore Yang Ruping's opinion, but she had to consider Peacock and Chun Chen's opinions. However, Peacock only wanted Oyin and Zhang Xiaohu to be a couple and Chang'e to be Oyan's concubine. However, Nanjing, he seemed to have misunderstood. She pondered for a while and nodded. All right, since that's the case, I'll give you one more chance. After that, she called the disciple over and whispered a few words. Not long after, the disciple brought 2 small wine cups and placed them on the table. Oyin, Chang'e, there are 2 wine cups here. One is poisonous and the other is non-poisonous. Since you insist on forcing me, I'll make you pay a little price. Each of you can choose a cup. Whoever chooses the non-poisonous one will marry Zhang Xiaohu. Whoever chooses the poisonous one will have to apologize. This is what you asked for. Whether I choose or not, I won't marry Zhang Xiaohu. Why do you have to do this, Nun? If you don't choose, there's only one outcome, death. If you choose, there's still a 50% chance of survival. At this time, Chang'e gradually calmed down. She took a big stride forward and picked up a wine cup. Cult leader, I choose first. If there's poison, I hope you can let Xiaohu and Miso be together. If there's no poison, without waiting for Chang'e to finish, Zhang Xiaohu used ethereal steps and pressed on Chang'e's acupuncture point. He snatched the wine cup and drank it. He smiled. Chang'e's choice is my choice. If I don't drink for her, who else can drink for her? Then he picked up the remaining cup and drank it as well. He said, Young lady, his faction leader, O's younger sister. Her choice is also my choice, so I can only drink it for her. Good man, good disciple. Nun Jing, he clapped her hands and sighed. I didn't expect there would be times when I'm blind. I really didn't expect that in this world. Besides Mo Qingshan and Ren Xiaoyao, there would be men like you, Zhang Xiaohu, who would not hesitate to lose their lives for their loved ones. Alas, since you can make this choice, how can I not help you? Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He didn't dare to believe it. Cult leader, are you really? Zhang Xiaohu, why aren't you thanking the cult leader? Yin was also anxious this time. She couldn't help but shout. Yes. Thank you, cult leader. Zhang Xiaohu bowed and thanked her. But Zhang Xiaohu's status is not legitimate. How will you deal with it? Yin asked softly. How difficult can it be? Nun Jing, raised her head. Who will listen to my words? I like to see who in the entire Jianghu dares to compete with me. Then she chuckled. Miso, did you also call me cult leader? Nun is perceptive and knows how to make good use of people. Perhaps you could be called cult leader. Ha. Nun Jing, laughed loudly. Everyone in the hall was also happy to see this happy ending. However, just as Zhang Xiaohu was laughing, a sharp pain suddenly rose from his stomach. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohu was in so much pain that his face turned pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He immediately clutched his stomach and lay on the ground. Xiaohu, what happened to you? Chang'e was at a loss and hurried forward to support him. However, Zhang Xiaohu was in so much pain that Chang'e couldn't support him. Zhang Xiaohu held his stomach and rolled on the ground. Only after the time it took to drink a cup of tea did he stop. When Chang'e helped him sit down, Zhang Xiaohu's clothes were already soaked. His eyes were full of exhaustion, and he had no strength in his body. Nun Jing laughed. Zhang Xiaohu, are you still thinking about the story in the play? 2 wine cups, 1 poisonous and 1 non-poisonous. If you let others choose, the poisonous one is the poison and the non-poisonous one is the antidote. You only need to drink both and you'll be fine, right? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He smiled bitterly. Disciple doesn't dare. This thought only flashed through my mind. Even if that wasn't the case, Disciple would still drink on behalf of the 2 of them. You think I'm talking about the play you're talking about? Nanjing, he sneered. This wine cup is indeed highly poisonous. That cup is clear water. It has nothing to do with the antidote. Cult leader, quickly, can you give me the antidote? Nun Chang'e asked. Chang'e, do you think I'm easy to talk to? Nanjing, he sneered. My word to the law. How can I change them? I've already listened to Peacock and Chun Chin's opinions and let them go for now. However, Zhang Xiaohu has made his own choice. You and I have no right to interfere. This. Chang'e was speechless. She blamed herself for not drinking it earlier. However, Nanjing, he continued. This poison is slow-acting. It will only act up at this time every year. Moreover, if you don't take the antidote before this time every year, the poison will become more and more intense. In the end, the poison will enter the bone marrow and there will be no cure. Oh, right, I forgot. If you don't take the antidote, the pain will increase by 3 times every year when it acts up, and this antidote is only in my hands. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. It seemed that everything was within Nun Jing Yi's calculations. Of course, as long as you listen to me obediently and help your Misty School, I'll send you the antidote every year. There's no difference whether you take it or not. This disciple obeys. Zhang Xiaohu answered weakly. All right, you can go back now. Although Gao Kunheng and Ming Qing are helping you to take care of the Misty School, you still have to show your face. I'll send out the law immediately. Yes, cult leader. Zhang Xiaohu hesitated. He looked at Yin and asked again, I wonder if she will return to the Misty Villa? Yin will naturally return to the Huanqi Villa. If she doesn't, how can a Misty School be established? Also, those disciples of Shirxin Peak, who have already lost their martial arts. They're useless to you. Let them stay. All right, this disciple understands. Zhang Xiao nodded, then said casually, however, they're loyal disciples of the Misty School. Although they've lost their martial arts, they've been treating this disciple very well recently. If I have their support, even if the other Misty School disciples refuse to accept it, or if Grandmaster who makes trouble, will it be of help? Yes, you don't have to worry about Huyuni's side. They're not strong enough and won't make any big waves. If they also return to the Misty School and listen obediently, it'll be fine. Otherwise, Ming Qing will kill them all. Cult leader, you're wise, but this disciple still thinks it's better to appease them. Zhang Xiaohu smiled. Yes, I understand. Since you're now the leader of the Misty School, I'll naturally listen to your opinion. We'll do as you say. Quickly send someone to inform them that they've lost all their martial arts. I'm afraid they won't be able to keep up with you. Take the young Misty School disciples and go ahead first. They'll slowly follow behind. Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. Thank you for your arrangement, cult leader. After that, the people of the Misty School, along with Yang Ruping, left. Emotian's palace was silent. After a while, Peacock whispered, Cult leader. Nanjing, he waved her hand and sighed. Actually, this cult has 2 plans. One is that Zhang Xiaohu chose Yin as his wife. This means that Zhang Xiaohu is a person who seeks benefits and avoids harm. He's a ruthless person, which is exactly what this cult wants. The other plan, which is also what this cult doesn't want to see, is Zhang Xiaohu's choice. He's a man who prioritizes love. This is also the person that this cult respects the most. It'll inevitably make things difficult for this cult. So we took advantage of Peacock's persuasion to let him take the poison. It's not that this cult is cruel, but this kind of person is really hard to control. Sigh, as long as Zhang Xiaohu doesn't make any big mistakes, this cult will definitely give him the antidote every year. You don't have to doubt this. That poison, is it really as you say? Qin Qin asked curiously. Of course. Nanjing, he smiled. If we didn't have this assurance, would this cult let him go so easily? Yes, this disciple agrees with the cult leader's decision. Yuyan said, seeing Changa's sadness, this disciple is also sad. I don't want them to be separated. Yes, since ancient times, it's been difficult for lovers to get married. This is why our cult respects lovers the most. This palace on Lingxiang Peak is called Immerse's Palace. Immerse City is also called Immerse's City. But in life, who doesn't frown and worry? Io, sect leader, Chen suddenly cried out. Just now, you reminded that Zhang Xiaohu not to break the second rule. But if he doesn't break the second rule, doesn't that mean he will break the first rule of the fragrant cult? Aren't you forcing him to make a mistake? Hee, Nanjing, he said mysteriously. There are no assumptions. This cult only believes in the truth. In fact, Zhang Xiaohu has already made the best choice, and Chang'e and Oyen have also made the best choice. But this choice is right now, but who can guarantee the future? Nanjing, he looked at the sky outside the palace and murmured, if the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old, let alone people. Chapter 1005. On Horned Dragon Mountain, the man dressed in martial arts attire had captured the little sword-wielding child. Just as he was about to use the child to threaten Chu Zhigao, he saw a yellow shadow suddenly leap out from one of the horse carriages. Before the man could see clearly, a chi-chi sound was heard as the shadow grabbed the man's face. With a shriek of "I-O," the man's face was immediately scratched open, leaving behind a few bloody scars. The yellow shadow did not stop. With a stomp on the man's chest, it turned around and once again landed on the horse carriage. Looking at the scratching appearance, wasn't that Chu Zhigao's little monkey? Other than the man who was caught, everyone else was stunned at first. Then, they started laughing as if they had seen the funniest thing in the world. When the monkey heard people laughing, it immediately became happy. It raised its red, but up high, and shook it at everyone. The man was originally red in the face. Now that he was being mocked by everyone and teased by the monkey, he became anxious. Looking at the child in his hand, he waved his hand and slapped the child's face. With a paw sound, the child immediately wailed and spat out a few teeth from his mouth. Blood flowed out, and the side of his face that was hit slowly swelled up. Chu Zhigao saw this and was furious. He roared, "You little brat, you! What kind of man are you? How dare you make things difficult for a child?" When the man heard this, his face became ferocious. He grabbed the child's neck with one hand and raised it up high. He said fiercely, "I don't know how many of these little bastards I've killed. Chu Zhigao, I will let you see the consequences of not agreeing to my parting mountain manner." Jing, an old voice, sounded from another carriage. Then, the curtain of the carriage was lifted and a white-haired old woman crawled out of the carriage. She raised her hand and shouted, "Zhigao, can you bear to see your own son being killed by others?" Then, no matter how important the bone-solidifying pills formula is, could it be more important than Jing's life? "Mother," Chu Zhigao dropped to his knees and said, "Mother doesn't know. If your son takes out this pill formula, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that Jing will die even faster." Sigh. Chu Zhigao's mother sighed. "Mother, how could I not know? It was just that, at this juncture, how could Mother bear to part with Jing? This pill formula is also a scourge if we keep it. Back then, it took your father's life. Now, it has brought disaster to us. Why don't we throw it to them now and exchange it for our survival?" When Chu Zhigao heard that, he nodded and said, "Anyway, this Dragon Mountain is Mother's, and this pill formula is also Mother's. If Mother insists on throwing it away, then that boy has nothing to say. It's just that. I'm afraid that if the boy gives it to them, they will immediately turn hostile, and we—" At this time, the manor master of the Parting Pine Manor immediately shouted, "Chu Zhigao, I am only interested in your pill formula. As for your lives, I don't care at all. As long as you hand over the pill formula, I will immediately open a path for you to leave the mountain. Promise that you won't chase us down the mountain? Promise." Promise that you won't look for us in the future. Promise. Chu Zhigao talked for a long time and asked all kinds of questions. In the end, he sighed and took out a crumpled piece of paper from behind his feet. He said, Manor Master Lu, you have to keep your word. Otherwise, Chu will destroy the pill formula, and everyone will go their separate ways. Manor Master Lu's eyes lit up. He patted his chest and said, I've already said what I wanted to say. What else do you not believe? Chu Zhigao looked at his mother with a face full of helplessness. He then looked at Jing, whose face had turned green. He sighed and handed the pill formula over. Manor Master Lu took the pill formula and looked at it carefully. He then carefully put it in his pocket and said with a smile, Chu Zhigao, look at you. I originally wanted to discuss this with you, but you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You caused such a huge crack in the friendship between us brothers. Sigh, if I let you go, wouldn't I have left behind a problem for myself? If you casually spread the news that the pill formula for the bone condensation pill is in the Parting Pine Manor, how could I accept it? You, Chu Zhigao was extremely angry. Just now, Manor Master Lu laughed and said, just take it that I was farting. Chu Zhigao turned around and looked at his mother, who was also filled with regret. He couldn't help but feel disheartened. Kill him, Manor Master Lu ordered expressionlessly. The man who was holding Jing in his hand sneered and was about to use all his strength, but at that moment, he felt a chill in his chest and a wave of pain came from his back. The strength in his body was immediately sucked away. Not to mention lifting the child, his body had already collapsed to the ground. The man let go, and Jing fell to the ground. Both of his legs touched the ground, and he immediately fell to the ground, gasping for breath. It was as if even crying had become an extravagant wish. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change, and they all looked on in astonishment. They saw that behind the man, a woman in purple was slowly pulling out a long sword from the man's back. Although her hands were trembling, and her lips were trembling, her eyes were resolute, and her movements were skillful. Behind the woman was a young man with a sword embryo in his hand. His eyes were filled with anger, and he frowned slightly as he looked at the woman's long sword. You? Who are you? How dare you spoil the business of my Jingle Villa? Manor Master Lu was furious and shouted, Xiao, Hua, hurry up and do it. Don't let me see these despicable people again. The woman was Meng. At that moment, she said with a trembling voice, as if she was extremely agitated. Not far away, Chu Zhigao and Jing's grandmother had completely different reactions. Chu Zhigao saw that the man from Jingle Villa was killed and his son Jing fell to the ground. He rushed over recklessly to check on his son's condition. Jing's grandmother first focused her attention on Jing like Chu Zhigao, but when she saw Meng's face, she unconsciously revealed a look of extreme fear. Her whole body trembled as she looked at Meng in horror, forgetting everything around her. After receiving Meng's order, Zhang Xiaohua unfurrowed her brows and said, Don't worry, I am very good at dealing with the trash in Jianghu. I will soon return Jianghu to its former glory. As she spoke, she swung Pan Ri and directly pounced on Manor Master Lu. Manor Master Lu was shocked, but he did not have the strength to fight back. He quickly raised his long sword to meet the attack. But how could he be a match for Zhang Xiaohua's heaven-shaking stick and move? When Zhang Xiaohua swung Pan Ri, Manor Master Lu had no choice but to raise his sword to meet the attack. Even Hu Ben of Ruijin Palace could not completely block this move, let alone the Manor Master of Jingle Villa. Poof! With a muffled sound, Pan Rua smashed Manor Lord Lu's long sword in his chest. A large part of his chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of dirty blood and fell to the ground. It looked like he was going to spasm for a while before he stopped breathing. When the remaining people saw this, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. But in the wilderness, there was no one to be seen. It was also very easy to catch up with them. They were the ones who chose to deal with Chu Zhigao, but now it became their burial ground. In just half a cup of tea's time, they all died an unnatural death. Chu Zhigao, who was holding Jing in his arms, saw that the manor master of Jingle Villa was killed by Zhang Xiaohua. He was overjoyed. He carried Jing to his mother and did not notice his mother's strange expression. He quickly ran to Zhang Xiaohua and cupped his hands. "I am Chu Zhigao from Dragon Mountain. Thank you for saving my life, Xiaoxia. How should I address you, Xiaoxia?" Hee. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. This Xiaoxia already knew that you were Chu Zhigao. Otherwise, however, Zhang Xiaohua also cupped her hands and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of the Fragrant Cult's protector, Fragrant Cult?" Chu Zhigao was shocked and said with respect, "So you are a disciple of a famous sect. You are really worthy of my respect." "No need. This is Senior Sister Bai's order. If you want to thank someone, you should thank her." When Chu Zhigao heard this, he ran over and thanked Meng. Meng seemed to have not recovered from the discomfort of killing the man of Jingle Villa. She waved her hand impatiently. Chu Zhigao was helpless. He ran to Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, "I am really lucky to meet a disciple of the Fragrant Cult in this remote village." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. "Your luck has always been good." Chu Zhigao did not understand what Zhang Xiaohua was referring to. He also smiled. After a while, Chu Zhigao seemed to have thought of something. He took out the bone solidifying pill formula from the body of Jingle Villa's Villa Master Lu. He handed it to Zhang Xiaohua with both hands and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, this is a secret pill formula of my Dragon Mountain. The pills concocted with this formula have a miraculous effect on injuries. If Xiaoxia does not mind, you can take it. Consider it as Chu's repayment for saving Xiaoxia's life." Hee. "If I take it away, how will you survive?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "No matter, Chu has already memorized this formula. He can write it down with his eyes closed." "Xiaoxia, don't decline." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and put the formula away. She then took out a jade bottle from her chest and said, "I can't take it for free. This is a pill concocted by me. It has a miraculous effect on cultivating internal strength. If you take it while you are meditating, it will be very beneficial to you." The bone-solidifying pill formula that Chu Zhigao had given to Zhang Xiaohua earlier was used to concoct the bone-solidifying pill. She had saved many people in the Misty School. Now that she was returning the Meridian-soothing pill, it could be considered as ending the cause of Chu Zhigao giving her the formula. Chu Zhigao knew the miraculous effects of the incense sex pills. He carefully accepted it. Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Brother Chu, where are you planning to go?" Chu Zhigao was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He waved his hands and said, "Xiaoxia, don't call me brother. I can't stand it. I'll just call you." He thought for a while, but still couldn't find a suitable name. "Forget it. We just met by chance. What's the harm in calling you Brother Chu?" Zhang Xiaohua remembered Chu Zhigao's kindness in giving her the formula and said respectfully, "Then, I'm really sorry." Chu Zhigao scratched his head and said, "Sigh, this Dragon Mountain is where my mother grew up." 40 years ago, Chu Zhigao said and looked at his mother. However, Chu Zhigao's mother was hugging Jing with one hand. Her eyes were fixed on the dream and didn't even blink. "Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Please tip me." Chapter 1006. Mother, Mother. When Chu Zhigao saw his mother's infatuated look, he thought that she was frightened by what had just happened. He did not bother to explain anything to Zhang Xiaohua and immediately left Zhang Xiaohua behind and ran over. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Chu Zhigao running away, she could not bear it. After all, this old woman was old and had been tormented by the people of Jingli Mountain Manor for a while. No one would be able to stand it. Hence, she followed along to see if there was anything she could help with. However, when he saw Jing's grandmother staring at the dream, his heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Chu Zhigao also ran to his mother and reached out to support her. He said anxiously, "Mother, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Those bad people from Jingli Mountain Manor have been killed by Ren Xiaoxia. There's no one else." Before he could say anything, Chu Zhigao's grandmother turned her head and saw Chu Zhigao. She immediately shouted, "Boy's father, why did you run back?" Didn't we agree to meet at Dragon Mountain? Aren't you walking right into a trap? Then, Jing's grandmother grabbed Chu Zhigao and jumped down from the carriage. With a plop, she knelt in front of the dream and kowtowed. She begged, Sacred Ambassador, please spare our lives. Sacred Ambassador, please spare our lives. We are all cowards. Since we have already agreed to submit to the divine sect, how can we go back on our words? As she spoke, she grabbed Chu Zhigao and begged, Boy's father, you should also quickly beg the Sacred Ambassador. Although you are a disciple of the Dalan Temple, but after all, it is only in name. The Dalan Temple does not teach any martial arts. You don't put the Dalan Temple first. Chu Zhigao was pulled by his mother. He seemed to know that his mother had misunderstood something, but he did not dare to struggle. Thinking that Meng had also helped him, he kowtowed and said, Thank you for saving my life. Hearing Jing's grandmother's crazy words and seeing the two kneeling and kowtowing, Meng was already flustered. She moved away in a panic and shouted, Old lady, I am not the Sacred Ambassador. You should quickly get up. Jing's grandmother did not believe her and knocked her forehead until it was bleeding. At this time, Jing seemed to have woken up and started crying. Jing's grandmother became even more flustered and shouted, Sacred Ambassador, this is my son. I just named him Zhigao. Sacred Ambassador, please be merciful and take our lives. Let my son live. He is just a child. He doesn't know anything. You can take him away and do whatever you want him. Meng's face was filled with panic, and she could only wave her hands. Chu Zhigao, tears fell from his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaohua flashed behind Jing's grandmother and pointed at Jing's grandmother. Grandma Jing closed her mouth and collapsed on the ground. Brother Chu, I only hit her sleeping acupoint. After sleeping for a night, she might wake up tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua explained. Thank you, Rin Xiaoxia. Chu Zhigao's expression was gloomy. The yellow little monkey had just grabbed someone and was playing around in the carriage. At this time, it jumped again and jumped onto Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Chu Zhigao was shocked and was about to scold it, but the monkey seemed to be familiar with Zhang Xiaohua. It reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hair and ruffled it, making it a mess. Chu Zhigao was embarrassed and scolded, Come here. The monkey was very obedient and jumped onto Chu Zhigao's shoulder. Rin Xiaoxia, don't blame it. This animal is too naughty. Chu Zhigao said apologetically. It's okay. Let's quickly settle your mother down. Then, he looked at Jing, who was lying on the ground and crying. He looked at the mountain path and said, The child is also frightened and needs to rest. You see, going down the mountain, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Chu Zhigao sighed and carried his mother to the carriage. Zhang Xiaohua went over and picked up Jing. She wanted to coax him, but didn't know how. Chu Zhigao helped his mother settle down and took Jing. He patted him on the back and hummed a few unknown songs. The child slowly stopped crying, and after a while, he gradually fell asleep. After putting Jing in the carriage, Chu Zhigao smiled bitterly and said, I've embarrassed myself in front of Rin Xiaoxia and the young lady. This is what it's like to have a family to feed. At this time, Meng also realized that Jing's grandmother had misunderstood. She must have thought that she was someone who looked like her 40 years ago. That person might be her mother. Therefore, she walked over. Hearing Chu Zhigao's words, she shook her head and said, Hero Chu, this is the joy of a family. Many people can't even ask for it. Perhaps. Chu Zhigao looked at the two people in the carriage with a gratified expression. He then looked at the sky and said, Chu's little nest in Dragon Mountain has been burned down by the people of Parting Mountain Villa. However, there is still a place where Chu usually hunts. There are also some places where it's already late. Xiaoxia and the young lady, why don't you come with me and stay for the night? That would be considered my hospitality as a host. Zhang Xiaohua heard this and was overjoyed. She had something to ask, so how could she leave? She cupped her hands and said, Thank you, Brother Chu. Chu Zhigao drove a carriage, and so did Zhang Xiaohua. Meng sat behind Zhang Xiaohua and looked at the sunset of Song Mountain. She whispered, Xiaohua, do you think that person is my mother? Well, most likely. She looks exactly like you. 40 years ago, she should be about the same age. When the old lady wakes up tomorrow, we can ask her. Even if there is a blood feud, it has been decades. You didn't exist at that time, so it has nothing to do with you. Moreover, we just saved their family of 3. We can ask some things, right? Alas, I hope so. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back and said in a low voice, Sacred Ambassador, this sacred ambassador. Which sacred ambassador is she from? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng's dispirited expression and said, You don't have to think too much. Just ask her tomorrow. After a while, the sky turned dark. Chu Zhigao, who was in front, was still rushing. He said, Meng, do you want to rest? My driving skills are very good. The carriage doesn't shake at all. Really? Meng acted as if she didn't hear him and muttered, Sacred Ambassador, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Zhuanxiang sect doesn't have a sacred ambassador. Misty School doesn't have a sacred ambassador. Dalan Temple also doesn't have a sacred ambassador. Among the big sects, only the Righteous Alliance and the Tenryu sect have a sacred ambassador. If it were the other small sects, we wouldn't know. You don't have to think too much. Meng shook her head. How can I not think too much? She then thought of something and asked, how can you be so sure that Misty School doesn't have a sacred ambassador? If my mother is the sacred ambassador of Misty School, I should go to Shixin Peak. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I stayed at Shixin Peak before. I know that they don't have a sacred ambassador. Oh. Meng nodded. I forgot. Chu Zhigao said that the place was very far away. When they arrived, the sky was already dark. At this time, the places where he usually hunted were just a few small caves. There were ready-made straws in the caves that were spread on the ground. Chu Zhigao then lit 2 bonfires, and the cave immediately warmed up. After settling his mother and child down, Chu Zhigao took out some dry food and roasted it over the bonfire. The monkey was not afraid of fire and kept jumping around the 3 of them. It seemed very happy. Rin Xiaoxia, as far as I know, your fragrant cult female disciples shouldn't appear in Jianghu now. I don't know, Chu Zhigao said tactfully. Ha! Brother Chu knows that our fragrant cult is now open. In the future, our disciples will be the same as the disciples of other sections. They can freely roam Jianghu. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. My senior sister and I came out this time to deliver the news to the Dalan Temple and invite the Dalan Temple's immortal master to come to our fragrant cult to participate in a martial arts convention. Martial arts convention? Chu Zhigao's face showed admiration. It's a pity that my martial arts are low. Even if I want to go to the convention, I can't. Then he suddenly realized and asked curiously, Dalan Temple, why did you 2 come to Dragon Mountain from Great Forest? This place is not close to the Dalan Temple, and it's not on the way. Haha, Zhang Xiaohua said secretly. That's what I wanted you to ask. Sigh, isn't it because of my senior sister? Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, Looking at Brother Chu, although it's a little difficult, the 3 of them can live together and share weal and woe. It's the true meaning of life. But how many people in this world are as lucky as Brother Chu? My senior sister looks at Brother Chu with envy. As he spoke, he roughly recounted what had happened in his dream. Ah, there's such a thing? When Chu Zhigao heard this, he looked at Dream, who was beside him with a sad face, and was very sympathetic. He cupped his hands and said, Miss, looking at my mother today, she seems to know something. When we see her condition tomorrow, we can ask her in detail. How about it? Rin Xiaoxia's words make sense. Even if something happened 40 years ago, I'm still a child and don't know. Sigh. Even if there's a great hatred between the 2 of you, since you've saved us today, where we don't owe each other anything. Brother Chu, if such a thing really happened, I apologize on behalf of my mother. If there's anything you want to compensate, Brother Chu, please tell me. Chu Zhigao shook his head and said no more. Xiao, I'm going to sleep first. Dream saw this and forced a smile. All right. Zhang Xiaohua brought Dream to the cave next door and settled everything. Dream lay on the straw and fell asleep not long after. Zhang Xiaohua held Dream's hand and looked at Dream's haggard face with heartache. She sighed and used the jade talisman to protect Dream. Then, she walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the full moon had just risen. Chu Zhigao stood in front of the cave and looked up at the full moon, as if he was thinking about something. The monkey also learned to stand. When it heard Zhang Xiaohua coming over, it hurriedly jumped onto Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Chapter 1007. Seeing the monkey jump onto Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder again, Chu Zhigao felt very helpless. He apologized. Ren Xiaoxia, please don't blame him. Although this monkey accompanied me in the Jianghu and did some shady business as a performer, but he was rarely as close to people as he is today. I've never thought that this monkey would actually hit it off with you, young hero. He's so affectionate towards you when they just met. Presumably, he's also grateful to you for saving his life. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. When she saved Chu Zhigao that year, she covered her face. Chu Zhigao naturally wouldn't know that she was the one who saved him. This monkey must have smelled her scent and recognized her. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, being close to each other is one thing, but it doesn't mean that it's the first time we met. Ren Xiaoxia, what do you mean? Chu Zhigao was obviously stunned. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and took out the book that Chu Zhigao gave her. Under Chu Zhigao's puzzled gaze, she handed it over. Chu Zhigao took it and looked at it carefully under the bright moonlight. He didn't need to open the book. He only needed to see the familiar cover. Chu Zhigao immediately understood. Benefactor? As he spoke, he knelt down with a plop sound. Don't. Zhang Xiaohua reacted quickly and pulled him back. She smiled and said, Brother Chu, you don't have to be like this. I just happened to meet you that year and helped you, but Chu Zhigao struggled a few times, but Zhang Xiaohua's hands were like cast iron. He couldn't move at all. He could only apologize, but that day was also very dangerous. If it wasn't for Xiaoxia, I might have lost my life that day. Zhang Xiaohua pulled Chu Zhigao up and said, in broad daylight on the streets of Lu Town, how would they dare? Sigh, Xiaoxia is too kind. The Evil Tiger Gang has done many things like robbing and killing. Evil Tiger Gang? I've heard that they have some power in Lu Town, but I've never had any dealings with them. Xiaoxia saved me. When I went to the side, I only found out after asking around. I was scared. The Evil Tiger Gang probably didn't put me in their eyes and didn't know the power of the bone solidifying pill. But when I met that scoundrel young master, I couldn't do anything. Oh, that's right. Give his pill recipe back to Xiaoxia. This thing might be useful to Xiaoxia in the future. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and waved her hand. This pill recipe. I've already seen it, oh? Chu Zhigao was obviously disappointed. Xiaoxia, take it first. You don't understand it now, but maybe you'll understand it in the future? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and took out a jade bottle from her bosom. What is this? Chu Zhigao stared blankly. When he opened the bottle and smelled the faint medicinal fragrance, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Bone solidifying pill? Immediately, with trembling hands, he poured out a pill into his hands. Looking at the color of the pill, he brought it to his nose and smelled the scent of the pill. His face revealed an expression of wild joy. It really is a bone solidifying pill. It really is a bone solidifying pill. I actually saw a real bone solidifying pill. But immediately, Chu Zhigao had some doubts and asked, Ren Xiaoxia, this is a bone solidifying pill refined according to my pill recipe? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, yes. But why is the medicinal smell of this bone solidifying pill so faint? In my family's pill recipe, there are records of medicinal fragrances that assail the nose. This, I don't know. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, but this thing is indeed refined according to Brother Chu's pill recipe. There's no mistake about it. That's good, that's good. Chu Zhigao said and put the pill into the jade bottle and passed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He asked again, then what about the other pill recipes? I wonder if Xiaoxia has refined them. Zhang Xiaohua saw him return the jade bottle to her and was slightly stunned. "This is for you. Why are you returning it to me?" "For me?" Chu Zhigao couldn't believe his ears and said, This bone-solidifying pill is a miraculous pill. Even my ancestors were unable to refine it successfully. Rin Xiaoxia actually gave it to me?" Saying this, he shook the jade bottle and said with a smile, "If Xiaoxia has the heart, just give me one pill." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. She reached out and took out another bottle from her bosom and said, "I have more here. Take that." "You have more?" Chu Zhigao was shocked. He wanted to verify, but he didn't dare to take Zhang Xiaohua's jade bottle. Zhang Xiaohua patted his shoulder and put away the jade bottle, saying, "Don't be shocked. This bone-solidifying pill also has a pill recipe in my fragrant religion. Usually, a few disciples with high status can get some. Although I don't have it now, I think I will in the future. So this bottle of bone-solidifying pills, you should accept it." Chu Zhigao couldn't tell if Zhang Xiaohua was telling the truth or not, but thinking that she had given him such a precious pill, he was already moved to tears. After he carefully accepted the jade bottle, he said mysteriously, "Rin Xiaoxia's righteousness really makes me blush with shame." "Oh right, Xiaoxia. Do you still remember when I told Xiaoxia that my Dragon Mountain had a strange place?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I remember. Brother Chu also said that if there was a chance to come to Dragon Mountain, he would let me try my luck." "Ha, that's right." Chu Zhigao nodded. "At that time, I was hoping that Xiaoxia would come, but Lu Town is really too far away. If there wasn't a special reason, who would come here? However, since Xiaoxia came, then Chu can't be a person who doesn't keep his word. That strange place isn't too far from here. Xiaoxia and Chu coming here might really be fate." "That's good." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I love those strange things the most." "Well then," Chu Zhigao was just about to move, but looking at the bonfire in the cave, he hesitated and said, "It's already late. Why don't you bring Xiaoxia over tomorrow?" "It's okay, Brother Chu. Tell me the place, and I'll go there myself. You just stay here and guard it." "Well, that's good too." Chu remembers that Xiaoxia's qigong is very good. Xiaoxia can go to that place if he wants. As he said that, he told her the location of that place. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, and her heart jumped. This place seems very familiar." Zhang Xiaohua greeted Chu Zhigao and flew towards the mountain valley. When she could no longer see, she used her flying technique and arrived at the cliff in a short while. The cliff was very clear under the moonlight, smooth and straight. A deafening sound of water came from below. Zhang Xiaohua flew down the cliff without hesitation. She followed the vines hanging from the cliff and came to the side of a waterfall. She saw that the waterfall was very strange. It surged out from a 10-feet wide crack in the rocks and hung at the bottom of the cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, she could faintly see a pitch-black, deep pool. The deafening sound of water was really the sound of the waterfall falling into the deep pool. When Zhang Xiaohua was halfway down the waterfall, the surging water created a small mist which covered the entire waterfall. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the area, and a strange smile appeared on her face. She waited for him to descend further before she rushed into the waterfall. When she came into contact with the waterfall, she immediately disappeared. The cliff was actually empty. On the cliff, under the waterfall, there was a 10-feet wide hole. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the hole and looked into the darkness. She laughed. "Zhenan Huolong, the Fei Lu mountain range that you mentioned is now gone. There is only this Horn Dragon Mountain. If not for this strange waterfall and the cave within the waterfall, I wouldn't be able to confirm that this is the place of inheritance that you mentioned in the Jade Slip. Zhenan Huolong, now that the immortal Tao has been destroyed for a long time, the heaven and earth Yuan Qi is recovering. This is also an opportunity for the immortal Tao to flourish. I am not talented, but I shall go in and take a look to see if your immortal Tao is still around. If it is, then I shall not stand on ceremony and keep it. Since you are a rogue cultivator and do not belong to any sect, I shall pass down this immortal Tao to you and call it Beta School." As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, he laughed loudly and walked into the cave. With a luminous pearl in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua walked for half a cup of tea's time and came to a dry place. There were no longer any mountain paths here, and there were only empty walls. Zhang Xiaohua walked to a place facing the west. She stretched out her hand and touched the wall, but couldn't find anything. She then closed her eyes and formed a spell with her hands. Every time she formed a spell, the stone wall would vibrate slightly. After a dozen spells were formed, the stone wall suddenly emitted a faint red glow, and a cave half the height of a human appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Kiki, this must be Jinren Huolong's cave. Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head. This set of spells was obtained by Zhang Xiaohua from Jinren Huolong's jade slip, and she was already familiar with it. Zhang Xiaohua stooped down and squeezed into the cave. Then he walked around for a while. Along the way, he encountered a few more restrictive spells, but they were all easily broken by Zhang Xiaohua. Finally, he arrived at a cave that was about 100 feet tall and 300 feet wide. It looked very simple. Zhang Xiaohua then took out a few luminous pearls and placed them around the cave to illuminate it. When he saw it clearly, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had been to the incense religion's Jade Hall and Mo Xiangong's Grand Hall. He had also been to Wan Wuxin's Summer World and the Dalan Temple's main hall. He thought that even if Jinren Huolong's cave was not as good as those places, it wouldn't be too far off. However, the cave in front of him was dry, and there was a faint ripple of spell, which was very weak. How is this the demeanor of an immortal Dao senior? It's almost like my Guozhuang house. If Beidou school is like this, Kiki, wouldn't it be laughed at? Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, following which, she looked at the layout of the cave carefully. She saw that there was a painting hanging on the stone wall in front of the cave. However, the painting had faded and she couldn't see what was on it. Below the painting was a praying mat. When she used her divine sense to scan the painting, she couldn't see anything special. On the left side of the cave, there was a row of shelves with some jade bottles on it. However, there weren't many of them, and it seemed very empty. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Please tip me. Chapter 1008. On the right side of the cave, there was a row of bookshelves filled with books. The bookshelf on the left looked empty, but upon closer inspection, it was not filled with books, but jade bamboo slips. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua took a big step forward and jumped to the front of the bookshelf where the jade bamboo slips were placed. She stretched out her hand to grab the jade bamboo slips, but just as she touched the bookshelf, a gentle force blocked her way. "Io, look at me. I am so anxious." Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly and released her divine sense. After looking at it for a while, her right hand agilely struck out a series of spells as though she was playing a zither. This spell was more complicated, and the more she struck, the slower her speed became. Zhang Xiaohua's expression became more serious, and at the end, her forehead was covered with sweat. After all, this was Venerable Fiery Dragon's importation of Celestial Dao, and the jade bamboo slips must have recorded Venerable Fiery Dragon's cultivation methods. Although it was not as precious as the ones that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained on the deserted island, these were the foundations of Celestial Dao cultivation. As long as she had these foundational cultivation methods, in addition to the recovery of the heaven and earth's elemental energy, Zhang Xiaohua was confident that she could establish the Beidou school by herself. Thinking back to the time when the Righteous Alliance roped in the Long family, why? Wasn't it because they wanted to obtain some Celestial Dao relics from the Long family? What kind of benefits could they obtain from it to find the path to Celestial Dao? Now that this broad future was in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, how could Zhang Xiaohua not work hard? At the end, Zhang Xiaohua's forehead was dripping with beads of sweat, and her face was pale. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Open!" His right hand seemed to be holding something heavier than 10,000 caddies, and he slowly pushed it to the front of the bookshelf. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out, as if something had broken. A faint red light flashed on the bookshelf, and everything returned to normal. Zhang Xiaohua wiped off his sweat. He did not sit down to adjust his breathing and recover his true energy. Instead, with a greedy look on his face, he waved his hand, and the entire bookshelf flew into his belt. Then, he walked to a few bookshelves at the side and casually picked up a book. When he opened it, he could not help but be overjoyed. He saw that the book recorded several thousand years of travel. Needless to say, these bookshelves were all books that recorded the local customs, culture, and geography of the past. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xiaohua collected all the bookshelves into his belt. I wonder if there are any secret martial arts manuals in these books? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. He then walked to the bookshelf on the left. There was a hole at the side of the bookshelf, and it was pitch black inside. Just as Zhang Xiaohua had expected, this bookshelf was used to store pills. There were a few jade bottles that had their own seals on them. After Zhang Xiaohua rested for a while, he took out a primordial stone to replenish his true energy and broke the seals easily. He then saw that the jade bottles had the words "Pei Yuan Pill" written on them. Pei Yuan Pill? What is this? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. I don't think there was any mention of this in the jade slip of Venerable Fiery Dragon, but I think I've heard of it somewhere before. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the seals on the jade bottles that were about to collapse. She then recited the seals to prevent the true energy of the pills from dissipating. She then kept the pills in her pouch. She then turned around to look at the empty cave. It was originally empty. After that, Zhang Xiaohua took the luminous pearl and entered the cave beside the bookshelf. The cave was not long, and it only took a few steps to reach the end. Looking at the furnishings, she knew that this was Venerable Fiery Dragon's alchemy room. There was a praying mat, a medium-sized alchemy furnace, and an earth fire. However, the earth fire had already cooled down. Zhang Xiaohua recited the seals, but there was no fire coming out. It seemed that the earth fire had already changed its path after 10,000 years. Although Zhang Xiaohua already had 18 8-trigrams purple gold alchemy furnace in her belt, Zhang Xiaohua still kept the alchemy furnace. She then used her divine sense to check, but there was nothing else. The Pei Yuan pill was obviously made by Elder Hua. Why is there no record of the pill formula in the alchemy room? Zhang Xiaohua then laughed to herself. I'm really a miser. Elder Hua said very clearly that he placed all the orthodoxies together and left them for the fated ones. There are so many jade slips on the bookshelf. There must be a record in one of them. When I get out, I'll look for it carefully. Looking at the empty cave, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. This itinerant cultivator is really poor. Even if I want to pick up some trash, there's nothing left. Sigh, this bastard still doesn't know how to be content. He has already taken away all the orthodoxies. What else does he want? Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take the portrait away. However, the portrait was already blurred. She couldn't see Venerable Fiery Dragon's face. Even if she took it away, it would be useless. Furthermore, didn't Zhang Xiaohua want to be the founder of the Beta School? After leaving the cave, Zhang Xiaohua turned her head to look at the pitch-black cave. Her eyes rolled, and she cast a few spells to strengthen the restrictive spell in the cave. She then turned around, rushed out of the waterfall, and flew back. When she returned to the original cave, Chu Zhigao was already sitting crookedly by the bonfire and taking a nap. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide her footsteps. When Zhang Xiaohua walked to Chu Zhigao's side, Chu Zhigao immediately woke up. When he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, he immediately asked in surprise, "How is it? Rin Xiaoxia, did you find anything?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer. Instead, she asked, "Brother Chu Yu, in this Dragon Mountain, how should I describe it? Your family has been living in Dragon Mountain for generations?" No, Chu Zhigao didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohua meant. However, he still shook his head. This Dragon Mountain belongs to my mother's family. Chu's family was originally in Poyang Town. Poyang Town's Chu Sanfeng? Zhang Xiaohua blurted out. Chu Zhigao was stunned. He asked curiously, "How did Ren Xiaoxia know my father's name? He has passed away a long time ago." Poyang Town's Chu Sanfeng was the last name on the list given to Zhang Xiaohua by the Dalan Temple's great master Chang'an. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had some impression of him. When she heard that he was Chu Zhigao's father, she couldn't help but nod and ask, "Your father is also one of the people my senior sister and I are looking for." Oh, Chu Zhigao suddenly understood. He nodded and said that, "That's right. Mother must know something about your senior sister." Then he said, "Ever since father passed away, the Chu family has been in decline, and our family's martial arts have not been mastered. Mother was the only one in my grandfather's family at Dragon Mountain, so she brought me to Dragon Mountain." Then, "Is this bone condensation pill from Dragon Mountain or your Chu family?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked. "It's from Dragon Mountain." Chu Zhigao replied without hesitation, "My mother's family seems to be guarding something in Dragon Mountain. However, it has been a long time. In my mother's generation, she is the only one. As for me, I only have one son, Jing. I estimate that the secret of Dragon Mountain will be lost soon." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and asked again, "Brother Chu, you know how to refine pills?" "How could I?" Chu Zhigao's face was slightly red. "I just follow Dragon Mountain's pill recipe and brew some medicinal plasters myself. I can make a living in the Jianghu." Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself for a moment. She took out a jade talisman and handed it to Chu Zhigao, saying, "Brother Chu, your bone condensation pill has been of great help to me. I have nothing to repay you with. Take this jade talisman. If anything strange happens, feel free to break it." "All right." As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua took out some banknotes and silver and handed it over, saying, "Take this silver. It's not of much use to me." Chu Zhigao was about to decline when Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Furthermore, in the future, I have any matters, I will have to trouble Brother Chu. If possible, I would like Brother Chu to come to my sect to refine pills and practice martial arts. This can also be considered as repayment for the time you have spent at Dragon Mountain." "Repayment for the time we have spent at Dragon Mountain?" Chu Zhigao didn't understand the meaning of this sentence at first, but when he came to senses, he immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Ren Xiaoxia. Could it be that there really are secret martial arts manuals in that place?" But Chu has been there more than once. "What? I didn't discover anything." Chu Zhigao still didn't quite believe it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Why would little brother lie to you about such things? Don't tell me that this little brother will support your family of 3 for no reason." Ren Xiaoxia, don't misunderstand. Chu just doesn't dare to believe it. That place is just an ordinary cave. Although Mother occasionally mentioned it, but Chu Zhigao stuttered a little. After a while, he sighed. "I heard Mother say that fate is decided by the heavens and not by men. Perhaps this is what it means." Chapter 1009. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up as soon as the sun rose. He removed the restriction at the entrance of the cave and around the dream before walking out of the cave. He had obtained many jade slips from the cave behind the waterfall, and they were all Taoist teachings of venerable fiery dragon. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to count them, as he had already kept them in his belt. He would look at them when he had the time. The morning of Horn Dragon Mountain was no different from the other mountain ranges. The crisp chirping of birds, the fresh air, and the occasional roar of unknown beasts could be heard. Unknown little wildflowers were blooming quietly, regardless of whether there was anyone around to admire them. The sparkling dew on the tall wild grass was glowing. Zhang Xiaohua stood in a spacious area and finished practicing the fist of the North Star. He then picked up the great wisdom sword and practiced the Tong Tian staff technique that he had been pondering and comprehending for the past 10 days. The sky-piercing staff technique was the same as the Big Dipper fist technique. After Zhang Xiaohua's memory was erased, there were only 360 moves left. Over the past 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua had been trying to string these moves together. Perhaps it was because of Zhang Xiaohua's experience in practicing the Big Dipper fist technique, but it wasn't too difficult to string these 360 moves together. However, he had been working hard and didn't have any extra time to practice. He closed his eyes and recalled the entire staff technique in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the long sword and prepared to practice the moves one by one. However, Just as he was about to practice the first move, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. The moves of the Tong Tian staff technique were all staff moves, and most of them required 2 hands to hold the staff. His great wisdom heavy sword was a sword embryo, and only the sword hilt was comfortable to hold with 1 hand. The other places were wide and thick, and he couldn't hold it with 1 hand. Therefore, using the staff technique was rather awkward. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua braced himself and used his left hand to grab the sword embryo's heavy sword. He used Bo Ruo as a staff to dance, but after struggling to perform a few more moves, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and threw Bo Ruo to the ground. He thought to himself, it seems that this staff technique still needs to use a staff. That day I thought wrong. I thought that if I could use the heaven-shocking staff Bo Ruo, then the staff technique should be able to be used as well. Sigh, what a pity. This Tong Tian staff technique seems to be extremely powerful. When Zhang Xiaohua's gaze landed on the small tree at the side, his eyes unconsciously lit up. He walked over and pulled out the small tree that was as thick as a duck egg. Using the short sword, he cut off the branches and used it as a staff to dance. After a few moves, Zhang Xiaohua shook his head again. This small tree is too light. It's as light as grass. When I dance it, there's no feeling at all. After that, Zhang Xiaohua found another one that was as thick as a bowl. Needless to say, it was much heavier than the previous one. However, this time, it was even more uncomfortable. Apart from the light weight, Zhang Xiaohua could not completely hold the small tree with 1 hand. Holding was also uncomfortable. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua only used a few moves before throwing the small tree to the ground again. He angrily said, "This is really uncomfortable. In the past, I had the great wisdom sword but did not have a matching move. Now that I have a move but do not have a matching weapon, what can I do? What can I do?" "Xiaohua, who are you angry with?" It was Meng's concerned voice that asked. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head. Meng was standing at the place where the sun shone. Her white skin was especially soft under the orange sunlight. Her pitch-black hair fluttered in the mountain wind, making her look like a flying fairy. Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of sweetness in her heart. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. Didn't I see a set of staff techniques at the Dalan Temple a few days ago? I took it out today to try it out. Who knew that I did not have a suitable weapon? That staff technique was a waste of time." "Ha!" Meng grinned and said, "As the saying goes, skills are not a burden. If you can learn a little more, then learn a little more. Weapons are a small matter. You will slowly come across them in the future. That staff technique is something from the Dalan Temple's Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. This is probably your only chance to enter it in your lifetime." Zhang Xiaohua spread out her hands and said, "You're right. I thought so too. But when I think of not being able to practice the staff technique, my heart always feels uncomfortable." "Well," Meng pursed her lips and said, "if it's possible, when we return to the Lingxiang Peak, I will earnestly ask the hierarch to bestow you a weapon. Anyway, there are many weapons in the weapon refining hall." "That's right. How could I forget?" Zhang Xiaohua patted her head. Her gloomy face turned bright. "Rin Xiaoxia, Rin Xiaoxia." Chu Zhigao was thrown out from the distant cave again. A child was also cheerfully following behind him. "Jing, come here. This is the person who saved you yesterday. Rin Xiaoxia." Chu Zhigao first pointed at Meng. Then, he remembered that Meng did not introduce herself yesterday. He could only point at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Thank you, Hero Run, for saving my life." Jing was extremely obedient. He fell to the ground and kowtowed. Zhang Xiaohua quickly pulled him back and said with a smile, "Yesterday, I really did not save you. The one who saved you is my senior. You can call her Zixia Heroine." "Yes, thank you, Zixia Heroine, for saving my life." Jing kowtowed in front of Meng again. Quickly get up." Meng was happy to see that Jing was sensible. She pulled him up and thought for a moment. Then, she took out a jade bottle and handed it to him. "This is the Yawandan pill from my incense sect. It is most effective for healing injuries. I heard that when you meet a child, you have to give a greeting gift. I don't have anything here, so take this as a greeting gift." Chu Zhigao was slightly surprised when he heard this. Who in the Jianghu didn't know the name of the Yawandan pill? It was a godly item for healing injuries. He had only heard of it, but had never seen it before. At this moment, Jing turned his head and looked at Chu Zhigao. He was probably asking for something. Chu Zhigao wanted to shake his head, but Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Accept it. This is a token of appreciation from Zixia Heroine. It's rare for someone to call her a heroine for the first time. She is very happy. Don't disappoint her." Chu Zhigao nodded slightly when he heard this. Jing took the Yawandan pill and skipped back to Chu Zhigao's side. He passed the jade bottle to Chu Zhigao. "Thank you, Zixia Heroine, for your generous gift." Chu Zhigao cupped his hands and thanked her. Then he carefully kept the Yawandan pill. Then he asked carefully, "Ren Xiaoxia, my mother has rested for a night. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. She patted her forehead and said, "Brother Chu, I will unseal your mother's acupoints now." The four of them walked to the front of the cave. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and said, "Meng, you go to the cave next door first. It won't be too late for you to come out after I ask Brother Chu." Meng didn't say anything. She nodded slightly and entered the cave where she rested last night. Jing's grandmother was still lying on the straw and sleeping soundly. When Zhang Xiaohua unsealed her acupoints, she first opened her eyes quietly. When she saw that she was in an unfamiliar place, she immediately panicked. However, when she saw her son and grandson, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She asked, "Jing, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Grandma. Thanks to Hero Ren, I'm fine." Hero Ren. Jing's grandmother only saw Zhang Xiaohua now. She thought about what happened yesterday and struggled to get up. However, she was stopped by Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You don't have to thank me. I just happened to come at the right time. I saw injustice on the road, so of course I had to help. Moreover, I met Brother Chu before and received some benefits from Brother Chu. Yesterday was my repayment." Jing's grandmother looked at Chu Zhigao. Chu Zhigao smiled and said, "Mother, didn't the boy tell you about Lu Town before? This Ren Xiaoxia is the one who saved the boy." "Ah." Jing's grandmother was even more delighted. "Then I have to thank him even more." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Don't be anxious. Last night, I've already told Brother Chu some things. Let him tell you slowly in the future. In the future, we will be together for a long time. It's really troublesome to thank him. If you want to thank me, you'd better listen to what I have to say first." Jing's grandmother looked at Chu Zhigao. When she saw Chu Zhigao nodding, she smiled and said, "Since Xiaoxia said so, I won't insist anymore. Xiaoxia, what do you want to say? I'm all ears." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and told her about her dream. In the end, she said, "I know that perhaps Meng's mother killed Brother Chu's father. But this has nothing to do with Meng." Jing's grandmother waved her hand and said, "Xiaoxia, you are overthinking. Yesterday, when I saw Miss Zixia, I saw that she looked exactly the same as the sacred ambassador from 40 years ago. I was scared. Coupled with the incident at home yesterday, I was agitated. That's why I hope Ren Xiaoxia can forgive me for my rudeness." She then said apologetically, "Although I don't know the relationship between Miss Zixia and the sacred ambassador, but Jiqiang's father wasn't killed by the sacred ambassador." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised at first, but then she was pleasantly surprised. She said, "Grandma, you are right. How could I be wrong? My husband was a lay disciple of the Dalan Temple, but he wasn't welcomed in the Dalan Temple and never received any true teachings. Later, he met the sacred ambassador of the Dragon God sect and knew that he had some skills in alchemy, so he wanted to recruit him into the Dragon God sect. Who knew that the news was leaked and the Dalan Temple's law enforcement disciples were dispatched. They caught and killed many people. My husband had just met the sacred ambassador and didn't express his opinion. He was beaten dozens of times by the Dalan Temple, crippled of his martial arts, and expelled from the Dalan Temple. Later, he became depressed and died of a serious illness. It had nothing to do with the sacred ambassador." "Ah, that's good." Zhang Xiaohua let out a long sigh and said, "Then I am relieved. Otherwise, even if Brother Chu didn't say out loud, he would feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Then, Grandma, can you tell me about your meeting with the sacred ambassador? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Did my senior look exactly the same as the sacred ambassador? Grandma Jing thought for a moment and nodded. If my memory is correct, Miss Xixia does look exactly the same as the sacred ambassador. Of course, it has been 40 years and I can't guarantee that my memory is accurate, but the two of them look very similar, that's for sure. Chapter 10:10. Back then, I left Dragon Mountain and followed my husband to live in Poyang Town. My husband was considered a martial arts family, but there were very few people. In his generation, he was only a little stronger than me. He was the only one left. When he was young, he had just finished laying the foundation for his family's martial arts. The old man died of illness, so he didn't have time to teach him the rest of the martial arts. When I married into the family, his martial arts were still sloppy and ordinary. Later, in Poyang Town, he met a lay disciple of the Dalan Temple. That disciple introduced him to the Dalan Temple. Unfortunately, the lay disciples of the Dalan Temple weren't the main focus of the Dalan Temple's cultivation. They were only used as a way to consolidate the power of the secular world. My husband didn't receive any guidance from a brilliant master in the Dalan Temple. He could only follow a group of lay disciples of the Dalan Temple and work hard to expand the power of the Dalan Temple. When my husband slowly understood and regretted, he met the sacred ambassador of the Dragon God sect. The sacred ambassador showed him a mysterious martial art skill and said that as long as my husband could learn the Dragon God sect's alchemy skills and refine the elixirs they requested, he would be allowed to practice the internal strength cultivation method of the Dragon God sect. My husband was naturally moved and wanted to agree on the spot. However, the sacred ambassador said that there were some other people who wanted to go with her. She asked my husband to think about it for one more day. When night fell, she would bring those people back, and they would return to the Dragon God sect together. Unexpectedly, when night fell, the sacred ambassador didn't come. Instead, the law enforcement disciples of the Dalan Temple arrived first. When they saw my husband, they captured him without any explanation. Just as they were about to take him away, the sacred ambassador appeared again and asked my husband if he was willing to join the Dragon God sect. If he agreed, she would immediately rescue him. Unfortunately, before my husband could answer, an old monk from the Dalan Temple appeared and fought with the divine envoy. That magical martial arts made me feel, how should I put it? It was like watching a circus show when I was young. It was incredible. However, at the end of the battle, when there was no clear winner, the sacred ambassador suddenly clutched his abdomen and pointed at the monk, cursing how despicable the monk of the Dalan Temple was. After that, he fled with a pale face. The monk of the Dalan Temple chased after him. My husband was naturally brought back to the Dalan Temple by the law enforcement disciples of the Dalan Temple. About 10 days later, my husband was released. His kung fu was crippled and he looked dull. Later, I had Jigao. My husband only taught him kung fu for a few years and then passed away. I felt that I couldn't live in Poyang anymore, so I took Jigao back to Dragon Mountain. Alas, although Jigao was talented, he didn't practice kung fu properly since he was young. Therefore, although he had inherited kung fu from his family, he could only run around Jianghu and make a living by selling his skills. Fortunately, the elixirs from Dragon Mountain are real and the medicinal plasters are effective. That's why we can barely make ends meet. Alas, it was this elixir that brought us a lot of trouble. The most dangerous 2 times were if Xiaoxia didn't save Jigao. I'm afraid Jigao would have died. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaowan knew what to do. She smiled and said, "This is fate between me and Brother Chu." Then, he thought for a moment and asked, "May I ask, Elder, how far is Poyang Town from here? Does Xiaoxia want to go to Poyang to have a look?" Grandma Jing asked. "That's right. What you see doesn't mean that my senior sister has anything to do with the Tenryu sect's sacred ambassador. Therefore, Poyang, we want to go there and have a look. Maybe we can find something." "Ha! If Xiaoxia thinks like this, why don't you go to the Dragon God sect directly? If Miss Zixia has something to do with the Tenryu sect, won't you know once you go there? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. We are disciples of the fragrant religion. We still have work to do. How can we go to the Tenryu sect? We should wait until later. Haha, maybe when the heavenly king of the Tenryu sect comes to our fragrant religion, we can ask him. In this case, it doesn't matter whether we go to Poyang or not. However, when Chu Zhigao told her the location of Poyang, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Poyang is on our way back to the fragrant religion. It won't be too far away. Let's go and have a look. Poyang is the territory of the Dalan Temple. There are often disciples of the Righteous Alliance there. If Miss Zixia wants to find someone from the Dragon God sect, I'm afraid you have to be careful, Chu Zhigao advised. Well, we are the emissaries of the fragrant religion. We also have the permission of the law enforcement hall elder. There shouldn't be a big problem. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and then asked, Grandma, I heard from Brother Chu yesterday that your family's ancestor has been guarding something in the Dragon Mountain. Well, what's going on? Jing's grandmother frowned and stared at Chu Zhigao. She smiled and said, It's nothing. It's just a little promise from the ancestor. There's no need to go into details. Mother, Chu Zhigao said, Ren Xiaoxia has already been to that place. Moreover, he went in. Didn't you say that the place was left by the ancestors for those who were fated to go there? Ren Xiaoxia is kind-hearted and warm-hearted. You should go to that place to have a look. Don't you think so? Ren Xiaoxia has already gone in. Jing's mother was shocked and said, That place in the Dragon Mountain, for thousands of years, no one has ever been able to go in. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and nodded. I did go in, but I don't have any proof. There's so many things inside. I reckon that you haven't seen any of them. How can you identify them? Xiaoxia, is there a portrait in there? Jing's grandmother asked seriously. Yes, but it's too old to be seen clearly. Oh, then can the handwriting be seen clearly? Does Xiaoxia know whose portrait it is? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, I can't identify the handwriting. According to what I know, this portrait should be of Fiery Dragon Jinren. Fiery Dragon Jinren? Jing's grandmother was in disbelief. She opened her mouth wide and shouted, Did you just say Fiery Dragon Jinren? Yes, it's Fiery Dragon Jinren. What's wrong with that? Zhang Xiaohua asked, puzzled. Son, you don't have to guard the Dragon Mountain like me anymore. When Jing Er's grandmother heard Zhang Xiaohua say the words Fire Dragon, Spiritual Master, her face was already covered in tears. She couldn't help but cry. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. After waiting for a while, Jing's grandmother stopped crying. She wiped her tears and said, I've made a fool of myself in front of Ren Xiaoxia. I don't dare to. Please enlighten me. Sai, come to think of it, this was something that happened thousands of years ago. It was said that there used to be an immortal living on Dragon Mountain. One year, a young man with the surname Li eloped here with his beloved. Both of them were sickly and on the verge of death. They were saved by the old immortal. However, both of them had poor aptitudes and were only accepted as unofficial disciples by the old immortal. He taught them some basic immortal techniques. After that, the old immortal went on a journey and instructed the young couple to guard this place well. If there was a fated person who could enter his cave and see the portrait and say the name of the portrait, Fiery Dragon Jinren, that person would inherit his legacy. They and their descendants would no longer have to guard this place. Of course, the young couple and their descendants could enter and try. After the young couple agreed, the old immortal left behind some superficial things and swaggered off. His whereabouts were never seen again. The young couple stayed behind to keep their promise and guard this cave residence. However, the world has undergone great changes. Not every generation of the Horned Dragon Mountain is a man who can inherit the family name. Over time, when it came to my generation, the family name was changed or won. If there are no accidents, the next generation of the Horned Dragon Mountain will change to Chu. Thank you for your hard work, Old Immortal. I would like to express my gratitude to you and your family on behalf of Fiery Dragon Jinren. Zhang Xiaohua was very touched and bowed deeply. I wouldn't dare. Since you've promised Fire Dragon Immortal, and have been rescued by him, of course, you'll have to guard the cave abode for him. After that, Jing's grandmother looked at Chu Zhijiao and said, "However, I have a presumptuous request. I hope Xiaoxia can fulfill it." Chu Zhijiao smiled and said, "Mother, if you want to help the boy, you don't have to. Ren Xiaoxia is a righteous man. He had already told the boy last night. You know the boy's talent. It's already very good for him to make a living in Jianghu. How would he dare to be like Ren Xiaoxia? Ren Xiaoxia has already promised that when the time is right, he will accept Jing as his disciple. Boyo and mother can also settle down in his sect." "Really?" Jing's grandmother was very surprised and said, We will join the incense sect." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and waved her hand. "You've misunderstood. It's not the incense sect." "Oh." Jing's grandmother immediately realized and said, "Of course, Xiaoxia has received Old Immortal's orthodoxy. Naturally, he will use Old Immortal's sect. I just don't know which sect Old Immortal belongs to. My ancestor has never said anything about it." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said this. "Old Immortal also doesn't belong to any sect. I have already boldly named it Beta School. I don't know if it's appropriate or not." When Jing's grandmother heard this, she clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Old Immortal is indeed a fated person. It is recorded in ancient books that there are 7 stars in the Big Dipper. The first Tianshu Palace is the Life Star Lord. The second Merak Palace is the Silu Star Lord. The third Tianji Palace is the Lutsuan Star Lord. The fourth Tianquan Palace is the Longevity Star Lord. The fifth Yuhing Palace is the Calculator Star Lord. The sixth Kaiyang Palace is the Crossing Disaster Star Lord. The seventh Alcade Palace is the Benevolent Star Lord. The 7 Stars Lord is in charge of the survival of the world. They are in charge of the survival of the world. Xiaoxia's Beidou School is the leader of the Jianghu. It will definitely be able to suppress the Incense sect and Tenryu sect. It will become a famous sect in history." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely and said embarrassedly, "Old Immortal is flattering me. It's just that I am speaking without thinking. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously." Jing's grandmother laughed and asked again, "Then Xiaoxia's Beidou School, is it going to be set up in Dragon Mountain? Old Immortal's cave is here." No, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hands. "I'm still young. I can't take on such an important task. Let's talk about it in the future. Besides," Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "there's nothing in Fiery Dragon Jinren's cave. It's not convenient to go in and out. Even if I have a chance to set up a sect in the future, I don't think it will be here." Jing's grandmother's face revealed a look of disappointment. Chapter 10:11. Jing's grandmother's disappointment disappeared in a flash. She smiled and said, "Big Dipper, I really hope to see the rise of the Beta School. I want to see if my Jing can become the backbone of the Beta School." As she spoke, she lovingly looked at Jing, who was nestled next to her as if he was listening to a story. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Yes. Don't worry, Elder. When I finish the Beta School, I will teach Jing the cultivation method." Jing's grandmother was waiting for him to say this. She pushed Jing and said, "Jing, why aren't you coming to greet your master?" Jing was stunned. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground and prepared to kowtow. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly jumped away. With a wave of her hand, Jing was unable to continue kowtowing. He hurriedly said, Elder, don't be like this. How old is this kid? How can you accept a disciple? This kid hasn't even finished practicing his martial arts." Jing's grandmother wasn't willing to listen. When she saw that Jing wasn't kowtowing, she thought that Jing didn't understand etiquette. She immediately used her hand to press down on his little head and kowtowed to the ground. However, it was as if there was a stone wall in front of Jing. No matter how hard Grandma Jing tried, she couldn't move Jing's head at all. Seeing that Jing's grandmother was obviously trying to cook the rice, Zhang Xiaohua was a little unhappy. However, looking at Grandma Jing's attitude towards Jing, it seemed to be the same as how her grandmother treated her in the past. As long as there was something that could benefit her, Her grandmother would do it even if it meant losing her face. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bring herself to be angry. She could only wave her hand and said, "Elder, don't make things difficult for this kid. Since this kid has promised to let Jing practice martial arts, he will definitely keep his promise. If you continue to force him, it won't be good." Grandma Jing knew that she couldn't do it. Her face was slightly red, and she said awkwardly, "Xiao Xiao?" Zhang Xiaohua chuckled softly. "Elder, there's no need for you to say anything. It's not shameful to do something that goes against one's conscience for one's descendants, and I can understand that. I'm already grateful that you were able to clarify the matter regarding my senior." At this moment, Dream, who was outside the cave, asked softly, Xiao Yao, how is it going?" It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua had been asking for a long time. Meng had been waiting impatiently in the cave for a long time. After hesitating for a while, she finally walked over and asked anxiously, "Hee, senior sister, you came at the right time. The old man has already told us about the matter. It's different from what we thought yesterday. And the old man also gave us some clues. Let's go to Poyang Town to take a look." When Grandma Jing saw Meng, she didn't panic like she did yesterday, but she still hurriedly got up to greet her. This woman might be the daughter of the sacred ambassador of the Dragon God sect. Now, her status was much nobler than that of a disciple of the fragrance cult. How could she dare to disrespect her? When Zhang Xiaohua repeated the matter again, Meng's face was a little red. She said, "Thank you for telling us about the situation. I can't repay you. If you have any problems in the future, please send a message to the fragrance cult. I'll do my best to help." Grandma Jing repeatedly said that she didn't dare. Then Zhang Xiaohua said to Chu Zhigao, "Now, time is tight. I still want to go to Poyang Town with my senior. No matter whether we can find anything or not, we have to hurry back to the fragrance cult. We can't stay here any longer. If there's any progress in my beta school, I'll come to Brother Chu." Chu Zhigao cupped his hands and said, "When Run Xiao summons Chu Zhigao will definitely come. Go up and shout." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. What the hell was this? Then, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng said goodbye to Chu Zhigao's family of 3. They hurriedly went down the mountain according to Chu Zhigao's instructions. Poyang Town wasn't too far from the Dragon Mountain, so they arrived in a few days. On the way, Meng's gloominess gradually disappeared. She also talked and laughed. Although she wasn't very sure about her identity, 2 women who looked exactly the same in the world, with a difference of more than 20 years, were not mother and daughter. If they weren't mother and daughter, who would believe it? Therefore, Meng was almost certain that the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect was her mother. Now, what she needed to do was to go to the Tenryu sect to find her mother. As for go to Poyang Town today, Meng and Zhang Xiaohua had the same feeling. It didn't matter. Since it was on the way, they should go and see if there were any clues. However, when they got closer to Poyang Town, Zhang Xiaohua's expression became more and more strange. When Zhang Xiaohua reached the town entrance, she became really excited. She patted her deer and went straight into the town. She didn't ask passers-by for directions like before. Meng was happy and didn't ask her. She thought that Zhang Xiaohua was trying to confuse the mysterious person who might be following them. So she patted her horse and followed. However, Zhang Xiaohua's performance surprised her. She saw Zhang Xiaohua riding her deer as if it was her own home. She turned left and right and went through a few alleys very familiarly. Finally, she stopped in front of a big restaurant. Meng looked at the plaque of the restaurant that wrote "Food is God" and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, I was wondering why you were running so fast. So your nose has already smelled the fragrance of food?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and was very carefree. She jumped down from her deer and said, "I won't talk to you now. Come. Try this restaurant's spicy chicken giblets." Spicy chicken giblets? Meng was surprised. "Have you been to this restaurant before?" At this time, in front of the restaurant, there was still an endless stream of people and carriages. It seemed that the business was more prosperous than before. Zhang Xiaohua led her deer to the door. There was a waiter standing in front of the door. He was not old and was sweating profusely. However, He was methodically greeting every customer who came in. When the waiter saw Zhang Xiaohua, his eyes immediately lit up and said with a smile, "Dear customer, did you come from afar? Please take a seat." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. "You can tell?" "Of course." The waiter smiled charmingly and said, "This humble one has worked in this restaurant for 3 years and is familiar with everyone in town. Your face is unfamiliar, and you're riding a horse with a weapon on it. Needless to say, you must be a martial arts hero from the Jianghu. You must have some important business in town. If this humble one can't recognize you, how can I still be a waiter in this restaurant?" While they were talking, a person walked out of the restaurant and scolded, "Ma Xiaoxi, the customer came from afar and is hungry. Why aren't you inviting the customer in? What are you nagging about?" Zhang Xiaohua was even more delighted when she saw this person. Wasn't this the waiter who greeted her when she came to Food is God 5 years ago? She thought that she would not be able to meet him this time, but she actually met him again. "Shopkeeper, this little one will invite the customer in now," Ma Xiaoxi said with a smile. "Shopkeeper?" Zhang Xiaohua was startled. She then cupped her hands and said, "This shopkeeper, this little one came from afar, and I have some questions. I wonder if shopkeeper has some free time?" The shopkeeper frowned. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's strange horse and the weapon on it, as well as Meng's clothes behind her, he smiled and said, "This little one has to personally welcome a guest from afar." As he spoke, he called for the waiter to bring Zhang Xiaohua's David's white horse to the side. He personally led Zhang Xiaohua to the private room on the 2nd floor. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the main hall, she looked around with joy on her face. Then, she found a table and sat down. Not only was the shopkeeper frowning, but Meng was also puzzled. She walked to his side and asked, "Why don't you go to the 2nd floor?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at her and then at the shopkeeper. She said meaningfully, "This place is good. Isn't it lively?" When he saw Zhang Xiaohua looking at him, the shopkeeper was also puzzled. He could only smile apologetically and said, Yes, this guest is right. This main hall is indeed lively." Following which, a waiter came over with a teapot and poured tea for Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and asked, "Does this tea cost money?" "Yes." The waiter was startled and said, 6 copper coins for a pot. "This is the rule of our Food for the Heavens restaurant. It is also approved by the government." All right." Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head. After the waiter poured the tea, the shopkeeper took the menu and said, "Guest, please take a look at the menu. What would you like to order? If there isn't anything delicious on the menu, I can give you a few of our restaurant's secret dishes. These dishes aren't written on the menu. This little one saw that you are a guest from afar, so I prepared them for you." "All right, shopkeeper, please tell me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said. Sure enough, the shopkeeper only listed a few dishes. He was still eloquent and extremely pleasant to listen to. Even Meng was attracted to him. "All right." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. She said, "I won't order anything else. Give me a portion of the dishes that you listed. It doesn't have to be too much. Just a small portion will do." "Yes, guest." When the shopkeeper heard, he smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. This little one will get the chef to prepare it." When the shopkeeper was about to turn around, Zhang Xiaohua called out again and said, "Give me another plate of spicy chicken giblets." "Spicy chicken giblets?" The shopkeeper was stunned and said, "Guest, please wait a moment. It will be served immediately." "All right. How much is this spicy chicken giblets?" "Guest, you should know that spicy chicken giblets are 55 copper coins a plate." 55 copper coins?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "Why is it so expensive? I remember that it used to be 45 copper coins. Moreover, the tea is also 5 copper coins a pot." "Sir, are you an old customer of my Food for Heaven?" The shopkeeper understood immediately. He smiled and said, "I was wondering why you looked so familiar." The current Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the Zhang Xiaohua of the past. She naturally knew that the shopkeeper was just being polite. She waved her hand and said, "Yes, when I came here that year, you were just a waiter. Now, you are already the shopkeeper. You are indeed an old customer. Don't say any more." Guest, please wait a moment. This little one will pass the dishes to the chef first. I will immediately come over and chat with you. The dishes on your table today will definitely have a 50% discount, the shopkeeper said and left. Not long later, he came back with a wine pot and sat beside Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Please tip me. Chapter 10:12. After the shopkeeper left, Meng asked, Xiaohua, when did you come to this restaurant? 5 years ago, Zhang Xiaohua said meaningfully. Back then, I spent 50 copper coins to have a meal here. Ha ha ha, 50 copper coins? Meng gradually understood the meaning of 50 copper coins after leaving the chanting incense cult. She couldn't help but chuckle. But before she could finish laughing, she suddenly woke up and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua, you said 5 years ago? Wasn't that when I met you? Yes, that's right. Zhang Xiaohua nodded solemnly. It was 5 years ago when I met you in Shirtai outside Poyang town. God bless me, God bless me. Meng's eyes were almost filled with tears when she heard that. She clasped her hands together and thanked God sincerely. Meng's memories started when she met Shirtai. If they could find the place where she met Shirtai, they would most likely be able to find her origins. However, Meng followed Shirtai back to the chanting incense cult and never came out again. Shirtai also didn't tell her where she met Meng. Later, Shirtai was killed and Meng didn't know where she met Meng. The great master Changgung of the Dalan Temple wrote Poyang, town's name on the list. But before they could find Poyang town, they gave up. If they didn't meet Chu Zhigao at Dragon Mountain, they probably wouldn't have come here to take a look. Then, why don't we hurry over and find that fairy and thatched cottage? Meng was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Since we're already here, and there's no Chu Sanfeng here, I presume that the mysterious person behind us doesn't know where to start. Moreover, the most important thing is that when you left with Shirtai that day, I came out alone. I don't even remember the path I took. If I don't investigate clearly, how am I supposed to find it? Yes, I understand. Dream nodded. As he spoke, the shopkeeper came over with a jug of wine in his hand. He sat down beside Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, Have you been here before? Forgive my poor eyesight, but I didn't think of it. Food comes first. How many people come in and out of the restaurant every day? If the innkeeper remembered, then food comes first would have already, what you said makes sense. Sigh, back then, when the innkeeper saw that an outsider actually remembered him in the past, he felt rather emotional. As he drank, he bragged about his past. Actually, it was quite simple. The innkeeper was just quick and nimble in handling matters. He was recognized by the old innkeeper, and the old innkeeper betrothed his only daughter to him. While the innkeeper was bragging, the waiter served a few secret dishes and the spicy chicken offal. Looking at the spicy chicken offal that had existed in her memory for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely emotional even before she tasted it. That was then, and this was now. In just 5 years, the vicissitudes of life had changed so much. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked curiously, Innkeeper, your chicken offal is obviously much lesser than before. Why is it more expensive? As a person, it's better to be more honest. Who knew that the innkeeper didn't blush at all? He shook his head and said, You don't know. This food comes first was left behind by the old innkeeper. How would I dare to smash the signboard? It's just that in these few years, the price of meat has skyrocketed. Not to mention other things, the pork that ordinary people eat has increased exponentially. The price of pork has increased? What does it have to do with chicken offal? Dear customer, if the price of pork has increased, won't the people who eat meat have to spend more money? Where will the money come from? It's nothing more than the price of rice and the price of things to buy. If these things increase, won't the price of the people who buy these things increase as well? Then, not to mention other things, won't the price of the ingredients, feed, and waiter in the other shop increase as well? Since the price of feed will increase, won't the price of the chicken offal or chicken offal in the other shop increase as well? If that's the case, won't the spicy chicken offal in front of you increase in price as well? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted and speechless. He'd been wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the immortal Tao and had never imagined that the affairs of the world would be so complicated. How could a small restaurant like this contain so much knowledge? How could it reveal so many things in the world? Karma. Karma. Unknowingly, the hand of karma in the heavenly Tao galaxy became a little clearer. Dear customer, dear customer. When he heard the manager's call, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have awakened from a dream. He was jolted awake from his immersion in the comprehension of karma. Come, come, guest. Try my spicy chicken giblets. Does it still taste the same? Although the chef has changed, the taste should still be the same. Under the shopkeeper's hospitality, Zhang Xiaohua, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, also ate 2 mouthfuls. As for the taste, please, it was all spicy. Back then, Zhang Xiaohua had drunk a few pots of tea. How could she taste it now? As for the other secret dishes, she only tasted them briefly. It was the same for Meng. After eating a little, she put down her chopsticks. She still wanted to hurry and find out about her origins. Dear customer, is it not delicious? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Meng put down their food after a few mouthfuls, the shopkeeper was very surprised. Haha, it's nothing. It tastes the same as before. It's just that I'm not hungry or thirsty. I only came in because I saw an old friend. Oh, by the way, shopkeeper, is there a mountain god temple around Poyang town? Mountain god temple? The shopkeeper was stunned and said casually, No, there isn't. I've lived here for more than 20 years. I've never heard of any mountain god temple. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously. I've been there before. It's on a mountain outside the town. Oh, I see. The shopkeeper patted his forehead and said, Dear customer, you're talking about the small temple on Python Mountain, which is more than 10 miles west of town. That small temple has been abandoned for a long time. As for whether it's a mountain god temple or not, I don't know. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of this small temple. It's west of the town. Haha, that's great. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his bosom and took out a silver ingot. He smiled and said, The food is still the same as before. Not bad at all. The last time I came here, I only spent 50 copper coins. This time, no matter what, I cannot be stingy. When the shopkeeper saw the silver ingot, he quickly waved his hand and said, Dear customer, you don't have to be like this. I already said that it's 50% off. You only need to pay 1 silver ingot. 1 silver ingot? Or 50% off. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. When she was a Huanxi manor, her monthly allowance was only 3 coins. However, now that she thought about it, perhaps her monthly allowance at Huanxi manor would increase as well. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much. She threw the silver ingot on the table and stood up to leave. The shopkeeper quickly stood up to send her off. When they reached the entrance of the restaurant, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the street not far away. She turned her head and asked, Oh, right. I remember there's a ruffian in town called Brother Fan. I wonder if he's Brother Fan? The shopkeeper was surprised. You even remember this customer? However, that guy didn't have a good ending. 2 years ago, he blackmailed a young master. The young master's family came back to seek revenge. He was buried in the ground and skinned alive. Sigh, the heavens are fair. It's not that they don't want to take revenge. It's just that it's not time yet. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and leaped onto his horse. Together with Dream, they galloped towards Python Mountain, which was located in the west of the town. Poyang Town. Zhang Xiaohua met her Dream 5 years ago. She also met her second brother, who was a bodyguard. Most importantly, she found a money pouch that could store items and a jade slip that could concoct elixirs. That day, Zhang Xiaohua vaguely suspected that Jing Xian came to Poyang Town for the jade slip and the money pouch. Now, he was even more certain that Shirtai came to Poyang Town after obtaining the immortal records of the incense cult. However, Shirtai didn't pass the test in the Refining Heart Cave or didn't obtain the inheritance of the incense cult. Therefore, she couldn't use her divine sense to find the cave under the mysterious restriction and returned empty-handed. Poyang Town was also the beginning of her dream story. How could Zhang Xiaohua not have a deep impression of it? Zhang Xiaohua and her dream arrived at the town within the time it took to eat a meal. Of course, it was not winter, and everything in the fields had changed. Zhang Xiaohua came to Poyang Town from the mountain god temple by following the footprints of martial arts masters. Most of the footprints were in the fields. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't recognize whether it was the mountain he had been to before or not. When they got close, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. Seeing the mountain god temple on the mountain was still shabby, she said with a smile, "Sure enough, it's here. In my impression, it was a mountain. Now it looks just like a big mound. It's really ugly compared with lingering fragrance peak." "Where's the mountain god temple?" Dream asked. "You have to go up the mountain and go around several peaks to see it. Alas, 5 years ago, you were still a child." "It's really not easy for you to come down from the mountain." Dream sighed and said, "By the way, I remember that master told you the way out when we left. How did you get so far away from the town?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and asked, "When Shirtai took you away, how did you get out?" "Nonsense, of course." Dream was stunned when she said this. She laughed and said, "I understand. Master took me there with Qin Gong." "You? How did you know Qin Gong at that time?" Then she said with a soft look, "It's hard for you, Xiaohua. You actually came back to the town from the ferry with your own strength." That's right. I, Xiaoxia, have been outstanding since I was a child. Even the teacher of our Guizhuang house didn't dare to accept me for fear that he would lead me astray." "Ha ha." Dream laughed, and her gloominess disappeared. While they were talking, they went up the Python Mountain. After a while, they arrived at the mountain god temple. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and slowly found the direction according to her memory. She pointed to the place where the setting sun fell and said, "Dream, there is the place where we met for the first time. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.